Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of June 20th, 2023. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. We'll go to the roll call. Councilmember Black will not be able to join us for this study session, but he will be joining us virtually for a regular meeting. Can I get a motion to excuse Councilmember Black from this study session?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Falco, second by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, our study session tonight is on two topics. Roll call. Thank you. I'm so close to all these.
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Now, shall we do introductions or how do you want to do this?
Sure. I mean, I think we're gonna do a quick kickoff.
Great.
So we're just do a quick opening and then we can do the
Right, and
introduction.
then we'll have everybody tell us who they are.
Okay.
Okay.
So just very quickly for everybody. So as you know, we have two study session elements tonight. So this is 45 minutes. Then we have a second one, which is 45 minutes. We have a councilor privileged to have the senior council here tonight. We have several who are going to make actual presentations to you, and most of the rest have attended as well. And we welcome your thoughts and ability to chime in. I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Betsy Maxwell to say some introductory remarks. As you know, she's our awesome program coordinator at the North Kirkland Community Center. Peter Kirk Community Center.
Okay, close enough.
Sorry.
Again, folks, remember, we're being heard by the speakers in the ceiling, but we do have to keep our voices a little higher because it doesn't magnify us.
Okay, well, thank you. We just want to thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you about some of the senior issues that we are seeing the community face right now. And so I'm going to actually start off by having Jack, if you would like to introduce yourself, and you can start.
Okay, well, I'm Jack Stout. I'm the chair of this year's senior council. I did my 6th year on the council, and they're going to boot me off. I'll come back as a volunteer or flower on the wall. In any case, I've got with me who will speak tonight about the past, the current, and the future of the senior council. And we have Kathy, person that almost all of you know. She's been with us for a very long time. And Karen, and Kathy's our advocacy chair, Karen is our transportation chair. And I guess you want to introduce the rest of the folks then?
Yeah. The other senior members, if you want to, senior council members.
I'm Steve Lewis. I'm a member of the senior council.
Dave Wigger.
Bob Warren, senior council member.
Susan Harris either.
Jim Hall.
Joan Baden.
Oh, Carol Bryan.
Ingrid Martin.
Terry Steele Pellet.
Terry J. Kelly.
Penny Kahn.
Arbor Loomis.
They're here for the next topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome everybody. You want to go ahead with the presentation?
Sure. First of all, I want to say that I've been in the city for 3 decades or more, and this city is the most inclusive city I have ever had a chance, pleasure to live in. It's a welcoming place. I'm proud to live here and volunteer here. I'm proud to be able to attend things like June 13th celebration, farmer market, all the many other things that go on. The senior council is over 20 years old. We were formed in 2002. Discount a few years for COVID, I suppose, but we've been active through those periods of time with many different volunteers contributing. This year we welcomed 4 new members, and Kathy returned again after a volunteer. That is, we have 18 members, 15 of them are here today. It's a testament to how much they commit to being part of the city and part of their role as champions for, advocates for the city. We've learned a few things from COVID, as I'm sure all of us in the room have. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that we envision for the future and look to for the future that are different than perhaps our past. Examples include reclaiming a place at the city council or the city's website. We had a kind of a miniature place there But thanks to Betsy, in fact, we now have our picture there and pages worth of text, including what our work plan is. We're rethinking the 10-year-old Viva volunteer organization and function thanks to Dave Wagner, who created it over 10 years ago. You know, behind you see the new banner for the Viva Volunteer Road Show. Rather than having folks have to come to the Peter Kirk Center, we're going to go out to the people. We're going to be visiting the farmers markets and Oktoberfest and other events around the city, and taking that message that seniors are included in our town. They're welcome to bring their gifts and volunteer and share their capabilities with lots of different organizations, including the city's. We're refocusing our community education forum. Started with property taxes created by Susan over there. And now Ingrid has come up with a list of new opportunities for us that list them all the way out next year. We're talking about and some other things seniors are interested in hosting those at the Peter Kirk Center. We're re-energized by the senior art show that came back after many years. And that senior art show this year had 170 pieces of art brought by 75 individuals. But the history of that goes back some number of years, for 2010 in Harold Art. And it's been as high as 200 pieces of art and really a ribbon signified the community's judging of the best. And the creativity of our community is on display there like nowhere else in town. Everything you can imagine is created by hands, minds, and eyes, and hearts. So it's open for 2 more days. Get a chance to go over there. Penny Cutt is the person who puts that on. And Penny is one of our most active and aggressive leaders in the committee. She actually has 2 of our programs, the Resource Guide and the Art Show. The Resource Guide has been around for a couple of years. COVID made it a little difficult for us, but it also presented a challenge. So many businesses that were in that former guide, one that's out there in the streets now, are not in the new one. Publication. It took hundreds of hours to put by her people calling each one of those in, validating their system, updating their work. That's funded by both the city, coordinated by Betsy, and also by government help. But we often see, as we did just in the recent farmers market, folks coming up to us and saying, "Oh yes, I need one of those." It's a place I can go if something comes to mind. I can quickly get it, even if the lights are out, my internet doesn't work. So it's a very valuable resource, and we want to continue that. Some thoughts about inclusion of seniors in city council and city activities and parks and so on. We're not part of some of the Parks and Rec program. There's a distinct difference between the Parks and Rec in the Peter Kirk Center, but we're peripheral to it, and Betsy is interested with what goes on. But our function and our programs are about activism and advocating for seniors, both politically and in the city. Kathy will talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. But I also know that we recognize that sometimes we're left out of things in the city. This came to mind recently. I attended 2 events this past week, and in both I met your very well-skilled videographer. He was at both of those events, but he wasn't at the art show. And I asked myself, why is that? But we need to do a better job of making sure the city knows where we're at, so that we can be a part of the city together. So that's one of our things on it. Bigger issues we're working on are interaction between the Kirkland Senior Council and the Human Resources Commission. That was created some time ago and expanded beyond its grant-making role. But in recent meetings with its director, I discovered that that role is so significant and big, it takes them so much time, that they haven't much time to think about what the Senior Council is doing, and we haven't had much conversation. But a few days from now, we're gonna have a meeting with them as well, as we're having today. We're gonna try and get a better collaboration with them to understand how road missions, which are stated the same in the city's plans, which support seniors over 65 or 55. 50, no. I'm sorry. I don't want to- Anyway, 50. So that's another one of our action plans, to make those two really significant organizations that have the same goals and objectives, with different sets of resources, come together and work together and do more. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Kathy, and she's going to talk about advocacy, legislative advocacy.
Well, as you all know, we partner with the Bellevue Network on Aging for all our advocacy efforts, and we establish a state agenda, federal agenda, and working on a local agenda is a general rule. And we get our updates and things from city government or state government from an organization called the Washington State Senior Citizens Lobby. And we thank the city for always funding us to go to this, except it's been Zoom the last couple of years, but maybe this year they'll get back to doing a in person. So we trail down to Tacoma and listen to different state department heads, their needs and wants and so on, as it appears to need in the senior community. So that's where we get our ideas usually for our state agenda. And this year we kind of stumbled onto some interesting things in the fact that there's a Medicaid, Medicare dual policy membership in the state, and it comprises quite a few people. The state funds it for $3.6 million matched federally. But Medicare always says the state does such a good job in their long-term care efforts that they decided to pay back into our general fund dollars when they find good reasons to do so. And so this year, I believe that our payback for Medicare is like $17 million. So kudos to our long-term care facilities and our foresight. And we have met with Zooming, of course, the last couple of years with legislators. We will probably return to in-person if we can. But I believe we've been doing this long enough now so that we're kind of credible. The 1st district, the 45th, the 41st, and the 48th are our geographical places, and we're usually well received, and we educate them and they educate us often, kind of a roundabout there, and we appreciate that. But locally, we had decided this year to emphasize missing middle housing, which is the buzzword all over. Very frustrating. We took a bus tour with Arch early on in the year, and we toured the affordable and low income housing in Bellevue. And that was very educational and interesting. And we actually ran out of bus time because we would offload the bus and stand in the yard, and the people who were staffing all of these would come and tell us their parameters and so on. It was very interesting and a good look at the low income and supported housing that goes on through Arch. So we also had broke out into a smaller committee to try and identify work plans for housing and that sort of thing. In Kirkland here, some of us are involved in visiting all the new or remodeling senior residences, and it's been kind of an eye-opener in terms of pricing. The only thing that we can come up to is the fact that they know seniors are selling their homes and moving into senior housing and they've got this ton of money and the prices are certainly way up there. And I don't know what affordable means to the senior community really, but the housing prices are quite unique. And unfortunately, the city has lost two qualified older Medicaid, low income, long-term care. One was Brookdale and one was the German retirement house there at Juanita. And what we have envisioned is maybe them returning to low income, but all the advertising is unique, boutique, and luxury. So I talked to the lady of marketing the Park Shore one quite a while ago, and I said that I had understood that Park Shore was a community resource where you can go from independent to assisted to nursing home care. And that's a buy-in program. So I asked her how they were going to run this Park Shore up here, and she said, oh, it will just be independent living. And I said, but you have to have your assisted and your nursing home level. Well, she said, we've been talking about that, and maybe we'll run a boat from your dock to our dock, which is Park Shore in Seattle is just on the other side of the 520 bridge there on the water. And I said, really? And she said, yeah, we're thinking about it. But in reality, I don't know how that would work, but they are under a huge umbrella, and they do have other properties on the east side that they probably will have to have an agreement with if they're going to continue to be a continuing retirement. Not know where that'll end up.
Kathy, is Park Shore going in where Brookdale was?
No, Park Shore is going in where the German house is. It's going to be 51 or 52 independent units, and they're advertised as luxury. And the Brookdale place is being remodeled and refinished, and we will visit that when they get more open. But they are listed as boutique assisted living right now, so I don't know where that's going with that either. But Peters Creek on the 85th corridor into Redmond used to also, there was a lower income medicated. I think they've quit doing that too. So we've really lost on the east side a lot of long-term care beds for the nursing home clientels. And when people cash out of their independent living and they run out of money, they can't stay. They make a move, which is really an insult because now you have to leave your community and your health and your friends and your church, whatever. I think it is an issue. I think it's something Kirkland should be looking at. I don't know how to solve that problem, but we no longer have any usable long-term care situations here for the average person who may be running out of money. So we're going to continue here in Kirkland to look at open houses. And Barb and I had the opportunity to go into a new apartment building in up at Totem Lake, and I forget the name of it. Sorry, senior moment. No, it's just an apartment that any age can rent. So it was a lovely place and very modern, very sleek, several amenities and so forth. But the clicker for the senior community would be every single day they change the code to get into the building or to get into the parking lot. So if you miss the app on your phone, you're kind of locked out of your space. So we didn't think that was real handy for seniors, but that's how they run that particular building. So also I have in my particular neighborhood, found this bunch of land. And I contacted the planning department saying I thought this would really be great for duplexes and triplexes and cottages and so forth. So planning said, okay, we'll ask the owner, the builder, the contractor. So they did. And it took them a while, but the answer coming back was, well, we know we can sell 9 luxury homes, but we don't know if we can sell any duplexes. So we're going to proceed with our 9 luxury homes, which they're still sitting there. So I don't know what that's going on about. And in the space of a few months, a street with 21, what I call middle class affordable housing, has been replaced. 8 of the houses are now 4,000 square foot mansions, clearing down on 1,200 to 1,500 ramblers. And of course, there's going to be nothing going on there but higher prices for those people who are still living in their affordable housing. So that's the situation. The city says that when you build something new, it has to fit into the neighborhood. Well, I don't see that happening at all on North Rose Hill or South Rose Hill, which is where I hang out most of the time. So I don't know if we should just erase that language from the zones or the codes or whatever they are, because it's not happening. So we're going to continue to look at what's coming and going. It's kind of a frustrating thing, but I feel like the more educated we become on the whole situation, the more confusing it gets, because it is so multi-layered and multi-factored. But one idea I had, I wondered if the city could actually become more involved in the actual planning of neighborhoods, so that maybe some arm twisting could go on between builders and contractors if they were dealing with everybody on who makes a lot of decisions. And I know planning is always involved in that. So there's so many big complexes going in. And another thing that I think the city should actually insist on is air conditioning. Our climates are not very regular anymore. And these large 7 and 8 story buildings really need to have air conditioning and that sort of thing. There's not anybody that I can figure out on the planning or contracting side that is doing anything about universal design, which allows people to age in place. Arch seemed to say a few years ago that where you need to start for universal design is with the architects who are designing houses and multi-family places to maybe have it. It's really quite reasonably priced to put in as you're building new homes, but it's kind of expensive to do it as an afterthought. So I think possibly there could be more going on in terms of twisting arms architecturally, maybe in the city for that reason. But anyhow, we're going to continue to motor on. Everybody's wringing their hands about missing middle. So we found this plan that comes out of Berkeley, California, called Opticos, and it's run by husband-wife team, the Parallax. And they have so much to say about the missing middle, how to add housing that's community oriented and not high rise. They just slide these things in, and they have multiple excellent pictures of how you actually add housing into neighborhoods that fit. And so I sent it up to planning. Allison's site, thinking maybe they could use some of those ideas in the 405-85 design process. And I asked if they were familiar with it, and Allison had then started to look at it and did go all the way through, and she assumed that Mr. Weinstein was familiar with it, but it really is a good way to add missing housing there, and they hire out there all over the United States with samples. They had a picture of this huge mansion, which was being built in a place where there were mansions, but it contained 5 separate households. So this is the kind of thing I think Kirkland needs to be looking at. That's it.
But it's not. Kathy, as you know, this legislative session, we spent a whole lot of time working on legislation that would create more housing.
Yes.
What we didn't do, or unable to do, was to focus on affordability and focus on senior. I think the legislature is ripe for that discussion. I think in talking with legislators this session, that there is a sense of regret about some of the legislation that went through without affordability being pushed into packages. So I think next year, we're more than interested. I will refer you to the legislative work group chair, Ms. Curtis, to work with you on sharing a message about this, because I think it's going to be a very important element of next year's session.
You know, thank you for that. That would really be very, very nice. But the difficult thing is deciding what is affordable.
We know.
So, thank you.
Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to say the same thing because it's really valuable to hear you talk about your needs and missing middle housing. And that missing middle housing isn't something that's done to neighborhoods. It's something that's inclusive housing for neighborhoods so people can age in place. And as chair, I'm sitting here listening to you going, we need to hear this voice. We need to recruit your voice when we speak to our legislators. You lean back. You don't like that idea?
Well, I'm kind of mouthy, so
It's super helpful that they hear from the people that have the need on why this is important.
Okay.
So thank you. That was very interesting.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Kathy, one question and a couple of comments.
Okay.
You mentioned some of the loss of the Medicare available housing and the assisted living. Is there a resource that you used other than being aware of these transitions that are happening in Kirkland that says where these units are around the city, around the region, so we can monitor and bring up a really important point that we haven't focused on yet, and I think that we need to.
Yes, actually, our resource guide has things on housing, not
Okay.
specifically long-term care, but you can go on the DSHS site and roll up any of them on the east side or anywhere in the state, and they will tell you if accept Medicaid or not, or all of that. So it's all a public record.
Secondly, a couple of comments. You mentioned requirement for air conditioning and universal design. I have the privilege of sitting on the state building code council that sets residential building standards for the state and sets commercial building standards that for cities that don't adopt their own. One of the things that I'll note that we did there is we're requiring heat pumps, which actually run both ways. They provide heat and cooling. So when you hear heat pump in a particular building, it means you're also getting air conditioning with that.
Does that include the multi-family ones too?
It does. I don't know about universal design. I need to check to see where we are in those kind of standards. You bring up a good point. And then finally, I'm glad you brought up the Opticos book. It is certainly making the rounds around elected officials. We've seen it in a number of presentations by the realtors and others. And you're right, this birthday couple really did literally write the book.
Yes, and it's very well. It's well done.
We're aware of it, and several of us have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
My turn?
Karen, transportation, another hurdle.
Boy, we need your help.
Thank you so much for being here. There's one thing that I wanted to add to what Kathy was talking about is I went on a tour of Morningstar. And it was the grand tour for senior living. And we went into one of the apartments and there was no universal design. There was no accommodations for any seniors with any disabilities. And someone had brought up, well, what's the price for this one bedroom apartment that doesn't have, she didn't say that has no universal design, but she said, what is the price? And a lady who had the tour said, oh, it's a wonderful price. We're having a special today, only $3,500 a month. And no senior that I know is able to afford something like that. The bulk of the folks that I know that are seniors, we've lived in our homes for at least 20 years. We bought in before the big hike. And if we sell our homes, we'll literally be giving all the money that we got from our homes to be able to pay for rent. And then what happens? So that's just something that I wanted to bring up. Now we get into transportation and we really need their help. I gave everybody a handout of different options that I was able to find for transportation for seniors. One thing that I just wanted to start with is, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when I go and drive in the confines of Kirkland during the day, more likely than not, there will be a senior driving behind me, and when we're at a stoplight, they're within inches of my trunk. And what that means to me is that there are a bunch of seniors that shouldn't be driving. Visual problems that they are not admitting to, or hearing problems, they're having depth perception problems, other problems that make it a little bit difficult for me to feel very comfortable driving on the road these days. And I don't go on the highway anymore because I'm really afraid of all the people that are going 90 miles an hour in a 60-mile-an-hour zone. And the seniors are making me even more uncomfortable because they're the ones that are going 20 miles an hour and then literally almost ending up in my trunk. So the options that I really wanted to talk with you about today are just a couple of them. One is called, they're both offered through an organization called Sound Generations. I've given you phone numbers for each of these options so that you guys on your own can get more research on them. Sound Generations has provided a service called Rides and Smiles. It started at the beginning of January. And the good part about Rides and Smiles is that it's one of the very few options that seniors have to be able to get a ride between Kirkland, Redmond, and Bellevue. There are other options that only provide rides within the confines of Kirkland and North, which is the one that Betsy deals with the North Shore Senior Center. Their territory is Kenmore, Bothell, Winville, and the bulk of Kirkland, but they don't go down to Bellevue. And there are, including me, people that need to get to a doctor in Bellevue, or the dentist, or other grocery stores, or what have you. And so the only two that I have found are Rides and Smiles and the volunteer transportation program through Sound Generations. On top of that, we have a problem because all of these choices, with the exception of volunteer transportation, do not transport seniors that have to have an outpatient surgery, such as cataract surgery or a colonoscopy. But volunteer transportation through Sound Generations will offer a round trip ride to seniors as long as they have a buddy going with them in the car and coming home in the car. It's a liability issue. Sure. And so the High Shuttle that's in Seattle does not come into the east side. Rides and Smiles comes into the east side for Bellevue, Kirkland, and Redmond. The other programs that I have described here basically cover folks who are disabled. Metro access is for disabled people only, and you have to apply for the program. You have to get an okay from the pharmacy, you have to get a doctor to sign off on an application. Literally have to fail their physical test in order to be able to get Metro access. So, one thing I do want to point out is with all of these programs that Sound Generations offers, it's on a donation basis. Really good for students because they will be able to pay what they can afford, and nobody's going to be turned away. So there's another thing that we've been thinking about, actually Jack and myself, and we have been discussing the possibility of having a Kirkland shuttle system, where we would have a shuttle going throughout the whole of Kirkland, that a senior can walk maybe a block or two, get on a shuttle, go around through the whole of Kirkland to wherever their shopping center is, their doctor is, their chiropractor is, their dentist is, they get off, and then there'll be a series of shuttles that go around during the day, maybe 3 times or 4 times during the day, to make a loop, to pick up that person from wherever they are and bring them back home again. I think the more seniors we get off the road that shouldn't be there, the better off we're all going to be. And we need help. We need you guys so much. And it's such a wonderful group of people. So appreciate all of you. And I know that you can help us. Somehow you can help us. Thinking about with a shuttle program, maybe we could get grants to help us. Maybe through the vendors on the route. Maybe we could get help through grants from maybe the vendors could chip in a little bit. Maybe we could get grants through the state of Washington. Maybe we could get federal money, but I don't know. We just need help to be able to set up some sort of program that will be consistent and long lasting for seniors, because we're all going to be there at some point. We're all going to need help. None of us are going to be driving our cars forever. And like I said, some really shouldn't be with that anymore anyway. And so anything that you can do to help us, if you have questions, please reach out. And all the phone numbers that you need are here. And these are the only programs that are available to help seniors with driving. That's what I have to say.
Well, that's frustrating.
Yes, it is.
Not that far away from not driving my car anymore, so.
Yeah, but even that shuttle's looking pretty good.
So watch out for it. Yeah.
I attended the 2 transportation focus groups that the city held. And for the most part, there were people there in not seats. Steve was there with me. And there were basically younger people, I would say maybe 40-ish, maybe going on 50. Yes, I know. And I brought up the subject that in the midst of them talking about we need more bicycle paths and we need more bicycles, I'm thinking, well, gee whiz, we're not going to be able to be riding bicycles. We're going to need a little bit more help than that. And I had suggested a shuttle idea, to which somebody in the group said, oh, you guys will be able to do this bicycle thing. I said, oh, no, we won't. He said, well, how about scooters? I said, well, I'm really sorry, but nobody that I know that's a senior is going to ride a scooter down Market Street to go to shopping. And she said, and so they proposed, well, what about a 3-wheel scooter? Seniors can do that. To which I just, because I thought that was the most idiotic things. We just need and valid things for, it's going to rain here, it's going to snow here, and we can't have a senior on a 3-wheeled scooter going to Market Street when it's snowing. It just seems absolutely insane. So anyway, we just need help, and so I'm turning to you guys. We're all turning to you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna start with Kelly.
Thank you. And thank you for showing up for that transportation meeting, because it is really important to hear more voices. I'm curious about the loop because I heard 2 different things, are you imagining that it's a set pattern? So it will go to the same places each time, because you also said it would pick up and drop the patient home.
I think the simplest way to this is two community centers, get two major shuttles. If you just look at those 4 points, start, pick up people who live in a dense neighborhood like this, and downtown, and take them.
Okay, that's, yeah, because the
We
picking up
can
from,
start that
yeah,
way.
okay.
You know, and then we can expand. If things go really well at the beginning, when we start the program, then we can expand it to downtown Kirkland. We can go all the way down, or we can go all the way up to where if we can order with Juanita. And so we have to start someplace.
And maybe Microsoft isn't in all of their classes. We can go back and forth. Must have done it.
I was even thinking about school buses. School buses don't run in the summertime. Maybe we could use some of those during the summer.
It's working, Karen.
I know, good ideas.
John.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks for your summary here. A lot of good information. I was just going to respond to a couple of things that you said. One was around the driver's license. I believe the Washington Traffic Safety Commission has been working on that. That was like a bill. I don't think it's gotten as much support as you might hope for across the state, but that's something to kind of monitor and check on, I know. But I have seen that proposed several years to where you have to renew your driver's license. The other thing is I'd be curious where you got some of this information. There is the findaride.org website that PSRC, Puget Sound Regional Council, has, and that was built as part of the coordinated mobility plan. And that's really a plan to provide transit to those that have mobility limitations, right? That seniors, people aging, but it's also those that can't get around by regular bus or by car. And that's a great plan to check out because I think there's actually some more.
That'd be great. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, you can just do ride. It's findaride.org, and it's actually by kind of area of the county, and then it will come up with all the different available types of transportation. Some that are public, some that are just for seniors or those going to healthcare facilities. And then the other thing that I was reading you. One of the things that we've been tracking quite heavily is the Metro Flex program in Juanita, on-demand transit service that's meant to service those areas where you don't have fixed route buses, and you don't have a car, you don't want to use a car, you can't use a bike or walk or whatever, to connect to transit in the Juanita area. That's how it was set up, but it also connects to the total aid. At the bottom, you said that this program is a non-starter for Kirkland. I think you meant for all of Kirkland. It's just for Juanita, and it's not meant for the rest of it. It's not the rest of the city, but it could be something really cool. And that alternative service is provided by King County Metro. And that's something that we're tracking quite closely. But we're not seeing the usage as much as we want. And I truly believe it's because people didn't know that it's there, because anyone can use it. And it's an app, and it's just like Uber, but it's provided publicly. It costs less. It just might not be as responsive as one would expect that a Lyft or an Uber would be, but still, it's there for those that need it. So we're really interested in that. I want to see that succeed because I can see that being used in other areas.
Was Metro Flex also limited to disabled folks? Or was it?
No, it's open to all, to anyone.
It was
Yeah, you have the
just
Metro
a
access
territory.
that's for those that are mobility impaired
Right.
too. So they have that in addition to.
If somehow it could be extended into Bellevue and Redmond, that would be something.
It's meant to build off and support the existing transit service to get to the buses, the other pieces, because it's an interconnected system.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's Yeah, there's a lot there, as you can see just by your research.
And there's also a program that is in the works, but it hasn't been tested yet, called one call, one click. And that is going to be a service where you can just call into that number and they, like what you just said, it will research all of the options for you to be able to get you a ride.
Yeah.
And that's going to be tested in the fall.
Toby.
We're out of time, so I'll try to be quick. I think John is being very measured in his remarks and saying that the driver's license restrictions for the older you get has had soft support. I would say it's had fierce opposition based on when I was in the legislature. And it was proposed that, for example, at the age of 75, you would have to retake a test. And they also proposed that relatives could make anonymous tips that somebody ought to be retested, those kind of things. And the state level senior lobby just came completely unglued, right? So I think if this is an issue that you want to promote, you'll need to work with the senior lobbyists at the state level to get them on board, because otherwise it's dead on arrival whenever it gets submitted, right? And then the other thing I wanted to mention is I really appreciate you bringing up the idea of the shuttles. As years ago, I brought up this idea, and my idea was a bit more comprehensive. I wanted to see like a neighborhood circulator shuttle in each neighborhood. So like I live in Kingsgate, I'd love to see a shuttle that just went around Kingsgate, so it would be fairly frequent because the scope is kind of low, but it would connect you to the nearest transit center, it would connect you to the nearest shopping center, the library, those kind of things. And it's not just for seniors or anybody who really wants to either is transit dependent or wants to make the choice to not have a car. And then this came up again when we started talking about the aquatic center and how underserved the 70th Street corridor is right now. So I would support, maybe it has to be part of the comprehensive plan process, looking at this more deeply, trying to find out what type of funding would be available.
Great, and I know you guys are connected. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
I did support the confidential meeting with this summary, but I wanted to give you a quick list of things we think city council could consider to make the place even better. Property tax burden is a big issue, so county tax is a local bond issue. Transportation changes, limitations, it's complex. Sidewalks, many older neighborhoods don't have sidewalks, so you can't get around. Better access to the Kirkland Trail, power areas, power chairs. Crosswalk time, slower paced seniors trying to cross 124th Street. So we'll have a flyover bridge. Some people in Yateen housing, they're seniors and want to get to the same shopping center. You can't get to the flyover. Opportunities for discounts and rebates, cost of services, internet connections, franchise negotiation. Why not include the senior discount? Permit fees, moving trees or adding AC, replacing water heaters for seniors might be discounted to help them do those things and adding. Senior discounts for other senior services or events, encouraging merchants to give senior discounts. Parking fees in downtown might be discounted. And here's another one. We're about to talk about the parks bond issue. I've read through it. It's interesting. It's valuable. It's something whenever I talk to people, they say, we love all of those things. But why not consider that maybe seniors don't have to pay for that if they're over 65, and lived here for 20 years, and are 80% of the median income? If that were added, the senior votes, which you know are the most significant votes that you turn out for, even more inclined to say, yes, I want to do it for my grandkids, but only if I can afford it. But keep that in mind. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. You're late. Okay, so I'm gonna cut us off. this was an amazing presentation. We all appreciated so much, and particularly since I am 25 years eligible to be a member of your group, I particularly appreciate it. So we will not just leave this here. We will take this forward. We will incorporate it into our comprehensive planning process. I'm not sure how that is.
So we'll be figuring that out.
Okay, great. With that, thank you all so much for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Drive very, very carefully.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And shout out to Susan for serving on PFAC.
For life.
Got it right, dude?
He's got.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he was fun, good. Let's see. Oh, I have. Thank you. George. Thank you. Okay, is he gonna speak? Thanks, Jeff. Okay. 6:22.
All right. Thank you. So switching topics to park ballot measure. Just want to remind you that we also have some time set aside at the business meeting. So if we don't get to everything, if you want to stop, we can take up whatever we get to later tonight. Make up a big basket to lunch walks to kick us off. We have a couple things that we're hoping to get your thoughts on today, primarily finishing up the package and then whether or not we want to be considering continuing to go in 2023 or not. Those are kind of the biggies. We'll have lots of other information to share with you. File is supposed to be made in July, not tonight. So, but we need to keep going if we're gonna make that target. So I'll go ahead and turn over to Lynn to start us off.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor and City Council. I'll try to speak up because I know there's some sound challenges. We have about 25 slides for you, and those slides cover 4 different topics. We're seeking council's direction to finish assembling the elements that could be on a potential ballot measure. After that, we're going to shift gears to discuss financing. We're going to have George and Michael cover some of those subjects. And after that, we'll talk about ballot measure timing, which will be Hillary. And then our final speaker will be Deanna from Pacifica Law Group, whom we've met before, and she'll be talking about the ballot measure language. We do have some questions along the way for your feedback. So the first one, we'll talk about the elements. This slide shows the elements that council was discussing on June 6th. This package builds on the PFAC recommendation and uses community and council feedback. With recommended elements package keeps the 5 original elements that were recommended with 4 changes and then added park safety and security. So those are the things that are in the current recommended package. So 2 adjustments, so I mentioned there were 4 adjustments in one addition. 2 adjustments we didn't hear any particular questions on or feedback about. That was the reduction in funding for the Green Loop Trail, as well as the change from 7 sports courts to 3 sports courts. So we're including that in the final recommendation.
Then I think you fill back a slide.
I went ahead.
Oh, you went ahead. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. We'll be there in just a second. We did, however, hear some questions and feedback on 2 other changes, and those were pertaining to the lifeguard and water safety element and the park safety and security element. Okay. So this chart outlines components of the recommended package. As indicated in the last meeting and in the memo, this element package is at the same price point or cost, if you will, as the original PFAC recommendation. So we don't have a lot here in the way of financing since it's an apples to apples on cost. At the last meeting, council members discussed the importance of both lifeguards and park rangers. You expressed the need to balance those high priorities, to better balance them. And therefore 2 new adjustments have been made, and you can see them highlighted on the screen. The enhanced park safety and security element was changed by reducing the 2 FTE park rangers down to 1 FTE, but then also increase some of the seasonal ranger hours. And that allowed enough funding to reinstate the beach lifeguarding program, the expansion of the program in total.
Then is the 1 FTE in addition to the current 1 FTE?
Yes. Yes. Okay, so I do also want to note that there's 2 items at the bottom there. One is to use levy funding for some select park operations, as well as some base level positions needed to implement the ballot, and also the NKCC repair replacement site assessment, which actually isn't the levy funding, but we're including it as part of the package. So the element investments you see on the screen are currently the elements with which we've been doing the financial modeling. Another assumption made for the financial modeling is the way that we would pay for those elements, which you can see on the screen. That's what the columns are for with the check marks.
And
All elements.
no check mark there.
There is a check mark on that. There you go. All elements in the park investment package, with the exception of construction of the Aquatics and Recreation Center, would be paid for out of the levy funds as annual operating costs and pay-go capital. And that would actually include a portion of the Aquatics and Recreation Center design and permitting. We're actually going to talk about that a great deal, or George is going to talk about that a great deal shortly. But before that, we're going to dive on into the elements. And so our big question for you is, does this staff proposed package meet the council's priority, being focused and responsive to PFAC stakeholders and the community?
John and then Toby.
Yeah, there's just a question and maybe a statement on your revisions to the safety and security and lifeguarding. I think we all know that park rangers are probably more in demand during the summer months, because that's when more people are using the parks. There's more people gathering together. The 2,400 hours that you have there, maybe you could just talk a little bit about. I guess I'd like to understand how that would actually be utilized. When I read that, I see, oh, that's probably like 2 or 3 part-time positions that would be hired to do that, and it would just be seasonal positions that we'd probably be hiring each year to fill those slots. Is that kind of
potentially? We could really do that anyway, but there are restrictions on use of funding for positions. Once we get to 20 hours or more, we're looking at benefits. So unless it's a seasonally restricted position. So like with parks maintenance, we have seasonals that we hire. There are 2 seasons in the year, the summer and the winter. So folks could actually we tell them they can't do that. You can only work 1 season in a year. That can be full-time. So if we use the seasonal hours to focus on summers, we can hire full-time park rangers for up to 6 months. So another way to do that is the same way we do our recreation programs, and that's to hire some folks year-round And just their hours would stay under 20 hours a week. So it's a part-time job for someone.
Okay. Yeah, I guess where I'm going with it is I just want to make sure that that is something that will be well used and will address the need, right? Because park rangers probably are especially trained. You don't want to just hire them every year as hire new seasonals every year because, you know, I think we get more from our money when folks are trained and know our parks and know the community and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure that would be addressing.
Agreed. That's absolutely a challenge with seasonal positions. We have to retrain every year. And one thing that we can do with that is actually do both of those things that I mentioned. Because if we have some year-round folks, even though they're under 20 hours a week, they're year-round, they're just a part-time employee. If we have those folks, we can actually maintain a better continuity of service. As well as the limited commission, which is somewhat important for the ranger position.
Okay. Well, I guess just for me personally, I mean, I think this seems to be kind of where staff has kind of taken what we've heard from our comments last time and kind of arranged it a little bit different. I'm open to it. I guess I'm still just trying to understand whether or not that the safety and security piece, the 2,400 hours really gets kind of what we're wanting. If it does, that's great.
Yeah, it's a slightly different level of service for sure than year-round rangers.
Okay, thank you.
Toby.
So there are some things on the list that I would like to consider removing. We don't normally vote in study sessions. What mechanism can we use to make those decisions about what to keep and what to remove? Should we potentially later in the meeting vote on each item individually and see if each item gets 4 votes? Or do we want to have individual motions for ones that people want to remove? Do you have thoughts on how to make those decisions?
Go ahead.
I think that would probably be the way to do it this evening under business. That the final decision doesn't get made until you decide what to put on the ballot in terms of money. So, for example, if this all adds up to you need about $11 million a year, right? So, and the ordinance itself would go forward with layout that approximate amount of money. So, you'd want to know your final decision so that you can set your final amount of money that you're going to put on the ballot.
Right.
Right. So we do need to know that by probably July 5th, July 5th at the very latest, so that your final project can be done for the final vote. But I think having a sense tonight would be really helpful. So.
Maybe we can take that up later.
Okay, so
I definitely don't have anything I want to add.
not even pickleball courts?
It's on there. We could add more pickleball courts. But, yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, no.
Well, so specifically, staff is asking us if we have the elements they want, and we're saying, let's table that for the later.
I think it might be helpful if you just
told us,
right?
Well, I can
Without-
tell you.
without a
If you want me to
vote,
just tell you.
So
Can we go back to the list?
Yeah, go back one.
So the ones I would keep would be the aquatic center, the restrooms, and the courts, sport courts. The rest of it, I feel like are things that we can fund out of our regular budget. That's my opinion. And maybe the last one, but that already says funded through facilities funds. We're not even proposing to have that in here. I think that the last one is important too. But I think the big ticket items are the aquatic center, the restrooms, and the sport courts. The rest I would not include in this package. And again, I'm doing this because if this is going to pass, I just don't think it's going to pass if people think that we've larded it up with a bunch of stuff. And we need to be very focused as to what we're asking people to increase their property taxes. My humble opinion.
And my humble response to that opinion is these elements both came out of the feedback process and the community survey process. So we are being responsive to community requests.
Yeah, I think we're kind of at cross purposes, so. I mean, there's community requests and then there's keeping the price tag down. But I think still,
Oh,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Other folks' comments on the elements for this evening against tomorrow morning.
We will be asking at the business session to confirm the elements for the purposes of financial modeling.
Right.
right. And George, you'll probably be talking to us about what the differences, right? What something like what Toby is suggesting kind of impact that would have.
Yeah, we have the cost of each of these elements in the year that we're proposing it, so we can have a table that shows those things.
Great.
Like in the money for $1,000, that's value.
We do have that.
We wouldn't have it for this afternoon, this evening. We can certainly have it.
Are there any other changes you'd like to have us bring back? And to kick it to George then.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so this is the first phase of how we finance the elements, how we finance the whole levy package. So staff has already done some financial modeling, and we obviously had to use some key assumptions to get here. The first that I would mention is that on the expenditure side, we included all the elements which were on the slide 2 slides ago. We also assumed the November 2023 election. We are working with the just over $11 million of revenue in 2024 that will be generated by the PFEC priority package, which was in current AV 23.2 cents per thousand. And then on the capital side, the current plan that we have has all of the capital elements, the funding for all the capital elements completed by 2027. So everything would be kind of open and running in a 5-year period. And as Lynn said, the new program and operating costs that we have there at 25 million also account for baseline positions needed for parks to operate the increased investments. So obviously these are still being refined and will be refined more in the next few weeks, but we do have a good outline of how the overall package will function for whatever size it is. So with all the assumptions I just discussed, we would create a new parks levy fund with the new proceeds. That's something we've done with previous levies. We have operating funds where the restricted revenue flows into, and it allows us to ensure that the revenue from the levy is spent only on levy purposes. We would also have revenue from the programs at the aquatics facility, and that will give you a total 5-year number of somewhere in the million of $67 million of total expenditures. And then on the expenditure side, we have pay-go capital investments at 20 million, the new programs and operations 25 million, and then existing parks operations. And so these are primarily things that exist currently in the general fund in either parks administration or parks operations and maintenance, which could be funded via the levy and would leave space in the general fund for the debt payments for the facility. So this is a very kind of high level look at that previous slide had a table of the first 5 years. This is a high level look at what would happen across the first 20 years of the fund. And so you can see the blue bars there are the revenue that comes in across a 5-year period, and then the yellow hatched bars are the expenditures. So in the first 5 years, expenditures and revenues are almost identical. That's primarily because the revenue is higher than the operating cost, but we have those pay-go capital costs, which make up the large bulk of the expenditures. In the second 5 years, and even the third, 2034 to 2038, the revenues are higher than the costs, and that's again because the operating costs are growing, but the revenue is still higher. And then you can see when you get to that 15 to 20 year horizon is when the costs start outstripping the revenue. This is pretty standard. It's similar to our general fund forecast. It's kind of how we see our property tax heavy funds operating. I think the main thing I would say it speaks to here is when we get to our later conversation about whether we do a temporary or a permanent levy lid lift. This shows that we're going to have those needs, especially in that 20-year beyond horizon, and we will have those cost pressures. So again, this is our first go. We're still refining it, and you can see that bar at the bottom is the fund balance, and it grows and then starts to come down. As you extend this out beyond 20 years, the fund balance does eventually go below zero.
This slide is discussing how to finance the aquatics facility, and financing the facility design and construction would require the issuance of general fund backed bonds. To do this, select current park and recreation expenses would be moved from the general fund to the parks levy, so the general fund could afford the debt service. I also wanted to highlight a couple statements that are from the city's debt management policy. And the first is that the issuance of bonds should be financed for a period not to exceed a conservative estimate of the asset's useful life. But also that the debt management policy states that unless specific counsel is approved, the limit shall be 30 years. And so we have done bond issuances at 20 years, and we've done it at 30 years. For example, the Kirkland Justice Center bonds are 30-year bonds. They go from 2010 to 20.
But we locked in a really nice interest rate.
Locked in a really, well, actually, those were Build America bonds. And so we had subsidy from the federal government for the interest, 33% of the interest. And then when the rates became so low, we refinanced it and it got even a lower rate.
But that would be an option on these bonds too, even though rates are kind of high right now. You could say like in 10 years, we could refinance them to a lower rate as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The debt management policy includes us doing a regular analytical review of the savings of refunding bonds and how we would do that.
So to look a bit more at the general fund side of what we're proposing. So the table there shows you what we've imagined at the moment is 2 debt issuances. One that would be issued in 2024 for design of the facility, and the second one in 2026 for construction of the facility. So both of these at the moment are assumed to be very early in the year. And so we have the money very early. We have a full debt payment in that first year. The primary purpose of this table is to show the difference in the annual payments between a 20-year debt issuance and a 30-year debt issuance. You can see there for the 2 bond measures combined, or the bond issuances combined rather, the total payment is about 7.6 million for 20 years, about 6.29 million for 30 years. Of course, there is a flip side to this, and those bottom 2 bullet points explain it, which is that the total you pay on a 30-year bond is about $35 million higher than the total you would pay on a 20-year bond across the life of the bond. One note here that I do want to make sure I mention is that the Parks Administration and Parks Maintenance and Operating funds that we had identified as moving to the levy would leave about $6 million in general fund resources in 2027. So there is a gap there between the 30-year annual payment in 27 and the amount that is currently being proposed to move out of the general fund. There are a few things that we could do here. One is that there are parks expenses which would remain in the general fund. There is parks recreation, that sum or all of that could be moved. That would then impact the fund balance of the levy fund, but there are additional parks expenses that could move. The other thing is that, as the bullet point says there, the debt service payments are fixed and they don't rise year to year. And whereas the expenses in the general fund would be rising because it's mostly salaries and benefits and other costs. And so although there is a difference in 2027, as the years go on, that difference kind of reverses. And I think there are 3, and I now noted down the third. So, but those are the 2 main ones. That the debt issuance is flat, and that there are other options that we could put into the parks levy fund. There are parks expenses remaining in the general fund. So, in terms of the issuances themselves, we have a slide after this that has a table from the memo that shows the kind of the pros and cons. But there are really 3 major options. The first is to issue all the bonds with 20-year timelines. The second is to issue a split, which would most likely be a 20-year issuance on the first bonds and a 30-year issuance on the construction bonds. And then the second is have both issuances 30 years. So you can, because they would be separate bond issuances, you could issue both at 30 years.
Question on that.
Yes.
So that 189 million, is that in 2023 dollars or is that inflation adjusted over time?
That is in 2023 dollars. So that was just looking at the annual payments.
So it's a higher number between the 20 and 30-year bonds, but the extra 10 years is paid for with cheaper dollars.
That's absolutely true. And we could calculate that based on the discount rate.
Okay.
That's it.
And council would make the decision on the length of the term at the time of the bond ordinance. We'll let them to review that at the time, show what the cost will be.
Is there any way to project forward as to what like percentage of the general fund that would be? I don't know if that's a meaningful thing, but I mean, right now we'll say, well, you know, $7.6 million is a lot right now, but it might be half that in 2043 dollars or whatever, right?
I mean, yes, we could. You'd be getting very approximate numbers, but yeah, certainly we could stretch that out and see what percentage. And the current general fund is what, like $200 million across the 2 years or something. So it would, yeah, we could do that.
I appreciate that.
You mentioned that we make the decision on the length when the bonds are issued. To what extent can we account for those costs when we're looking at how much we might be going out to the ballot for? Like, there's some level of savings that we can count on now if we were to go for 30-year financing? Or is that something you'd recommend not?
I mean, that could be your intention and plan, and it's to be able to afford to provide more services for the dollars it produces.
Yeah, I think you need to decide generally if you're trying for 30 or 20 to set the rate, because you can't get more money from the measure once you're done. But the point is you will know before you issue the debt whether you want to adjust downward, say from 30 to 20 or something like that. But you're not going to get more money for that unless you set the rate higher, right? So we would want to know that you're thinking 30 years so that we can set the amount you're going to generate in the levy at about the right number.
And so I think this is the point where we have that council feedback on whether 20 or 30 years. And this will help us as we continue to refine the modeling. But then, like Michael says, there's other touch points to come back and make the decision.
And we did do 30 with the Justice Center.
Yes.
The current modeling numbers that you're seeing, and George mentioned it, assumed that the construction on the facility be 30-year bonds, but that the first issuance with design and permitting be 20-year bonds. So the numbers you're seeing is a split approach.
Kick it off. I think for what is a major investment, city, I think we need to look at not just current residents paying, but also future residents paying for what would be a big asset. And it's a $100 million investment. I think spreading it out over time, I'm comfortable with going with 30-year debt for that second construction issuance. And as Toby had noted, it's cheaper money in the future.
General,
I agree.
I agree as well. Okay, 30 it is.
I'm hearing 30. All right. We shall move on.
For both or a split approach?
But we need to decide that today.
Okay.
So fair to say, whatever we'd recommend saves you the most money is what you want to do. Big bulk on these 30. So and part of this is George has this really impressive and massive spreadsheet. Financial forecast over the next 50 years. And we're working on that to July 5th. So these decisions help us figure out the best way.
Yeah. Pretty exciting stuff. So that's the end of the debt service part of the conversation, but we do have another key kind of consideration, which is on the funding mechanism, the actual levy itself. So we have brought this before and previous PFEC discussions, as well as some previous conversation at the last study session. PFEC expressed a preference for 50 plus 1% levies, which would be a levy rather than something involving an excess bond. And also when we had a vote with PFEC, 52% preferred a single year permanent levy lid lift, 31% preferred a long-term 20-year temporary levy lid lift. So we talked about this at the last study session about the benefits and disadvantages, but we're hoping council could kind of affirm a preference that we could continue with the modelling on either a temporary or a permanent levy lid lift. And the pros and cons are there, but I'm happy to also answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I expressed my opinion on this at the last meeting. My feeling is that people are going to assess whether they can afford it this year and next, right? And that they're not going to think there's much difference in their family budgets between 20 years and 100 years. I just don't think people have that far of a financial planning horizon in their personal budgets. So we made the last park levy a permanent levy. It passed very strongly. So I just don't feel like that's an issue. I think the argument is very persuasive that, you do the capital up front and then the operating cost gets larger over time, and that's the right approach to it.
I agree.
So do I. I just hate the word permanent.
Do we have to use the word permanent?
Yeah, it does not. It's actually the RCW that appears.
Yeah.
So, which will, when we get to the ballot title, we'll show that.
So I think we are in agreement.
So before I hand back to Hillary to go through the question of timing, we're going to go over some of the assessed value conversation as well. So this is a slide from last time, and this plays into the timing. So as a reminder, the changes in AV do not directly change what anyone will pay in property taxes, but they do impact the rate that gets charged. And so the reason we're discussing this now is because we've had these large changes in AV from 22 into 23, and again, projected from 23 to 24. I think last time we had a number for Sammamish only at 22%. And since then, some notices have started going out, and we know that at least part of Kirkland's residential values are going to drop 19.8%. So that 20% number seems to be a good number for us to anchor on for now. So something we wanted to walk through, and this is a little detailed, but something we wanted to walk through was how the actual property tax levy gets made. So for that second column there, 2023, we start, and we being the city, we start with the prior year levy, so that 14.69 million. We have a 1% increase to the levy. We can levy up to 1% more than that. The county then gives us a new construction and a corrections levy, and the way they do that is they assess the value of new construction and they multiply it by the current or last year's levy. So in this case, they took the new construction AV and multiplied it by the 2022 levy. And that gives us a total allowable maximum levy of 41.7 million. That we then, by the end of November each year, we tell the county that we'd like to levy that $41.7 million. They then finalize the assessed valuations, which is those next two rows, and then they calculate the property tax just by dividing one by the other. And so the rate is 0.8, our current rate is 86 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. And so that's just the city portion of someone's property taxes. So as we extend that into 2024, what happens is that we start again with the total levy. We go through a similar process. I will say we know nothing about new construction at this point. So all I did for this was take the new construction AV as a percentage of the total AV. And so that number will change a lot. But for illustrative purposes, just with a 20% drop in AV, which is what this shows between 23 and 24, our rate would increase from 86 cents to $1.10 per thousand of assessed value. which is a 23.8 cent increase. And so just by us kind of doing our normal course of business, the rate would increase by nearly 24 cents. So if we then add the parks levy rate on top of that, taking the $11.2 million number again, using the assessed valuation and a 20% drop, you can see, and I think we showed a chart with this last time, a 5.7 cent increase in the rate will be required to raise that $11.2 million. So the final table there shows you the cumulative difference between 23 and 24 with a 20% drop in AV. So we would go from a current rate of 86 cents to a rate of $1.39, so a 50-cent increase. And so again, I know I've said this and I know everyone knows this, but it doesn't change the amount that a homeowner would pay necessarily. But that number becomes important because that we have to put the maximum levy on the ballot, which is the final slide I have. So each 10% drop in AV plus the parks ballot measure would increase the required rate by around 15 to 20 cents per thousand. And the city, as I said, must include the total maximum levy rate in the ballot title. By November 30th each year, the city informs King County of the required total levy in dollars. The assessor then levies the rate for that dollar amount. So if there is a difference between the amount we levy, the maximum we levy, and the amount that the assessor calculates we can levy, that becomes banked capacity. So just to make sure I explain that clearly, we have been in contact with the assessor quite a lot in the last few days. We've been talking to them about how this would work. We don't have to levy our maximum rate. So we have to put our maximum rate on the ballot, but we don't actually have to collect the maximum rate that we are authorized by the ballot measure. So we can put, and we'll see this in the ballot title when it comes around, we can put a dollar amount for the levy, and then we have to put our maximum rate. But we can tie ourselves to that dollar amount by ordinance. The one complication is that the difference between those two numbers, and that final table shows you, so if we project a 20% drop in AV and we set a maximum rate of $1.39, and AV actually only drops 10%, and our maximum rate would be, or rather our rate would be 1.23, that difference becomes banked capacity. And so it will be council's decision, it will become banked capacity, and it will become council's decision in future years about whether we would access that banked capacity. What the assessor has told us is that it will be up to this council and future councils. They can't do anything to remove it from our roles. Something that I think Deanna Gregory maybe could talk about as well is that whether that bank capacity would also then be restricted to the uses listed in the ballot measure. But I think the main thing is that if it was council's intention not to touch that banked capacity, we could pass an ordinance to that effect. We could say, we only want to levy the $11.2 million and we won't access that banked capacity in future years.
But we still collect it.
We don't collect it. It becomes kind of a difference between what we're collecting and what our legal maximum. So we don't collect the amount. We tell them the dollar amount, so we would collect less than our maximum. So people would not be paying.
It's on the record, the city could collect it in the future.
Unless we disavow that up front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question. So I was kind of trying to do the math in my head, and then I decided to just look at the MRSC website. It looks like the maximum levy rate for a city is $3.37.5. That sounds right. So for us to bump up against that, property values would have to drop about 50%. 53% is what the math was that I did. So that's unlikely. It's conceivable it could happen sometime in the future if the bottom just dropped out of everything. But we're effectively at no risk of hitting the regular levy cap for a city at this point. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll do a quick time check. So the next topic is timing 23-24, which may be a bit of discussion. So I didn't know if you want to go ahead and jump into it, or if you want to pause here.
Do we need a whole half-hour break? No. So maybe we should just keep going for another 15 minutes.
Yeah. Great. Any last questions on this? So
Or 10, by the way.
Okay.
Great. So now that we've talked about what we've talked about so far, and George has kind of outlined sort of the considerations of the assessed value forecasted drop, and that is definitely a timing consideration. We just wanted to talk about a couple other timing considerations. We know that last meeting council requested that we bring back considerations for 2023 versus 2024 measures, and you saw lots of information in your memo. I'm going to highlight some of that, and then also the PFEC input, and have some time for feedback. So this is a very busy chart. It was in your memo, so hopefully you had a chance to review it. This is just outlining some of the different considerations of, on the top there, you have the November 2023 benefits and potential disadvantages for that, and then on the bottom for 2024. And just some of the things to mention as benefits for 2023 could be that there's momentum from the PROS plan process and the PFEC process that have been happening, providing services and programs as soon as possible. Waiting longer could would result in increased costs. Evergreen Health is not going to the ballot, so there wouldn't be competition of 2 ballot measures on this fall. They're not going to the ballot in 2023. And we don't know what other uncertainties may arise in 2024. And then November elections also tend to have somewhat more representative turnout with age, and you had some charts about that in your memo. But then there are also some disadvantages. The unpredictability about the AV drops. The Houghton Park and Ride property sale is still pending, and there's not an exact timeline on that. And community members also have experienced increases in their property taxes, and just might have that in the top of their mind. And for 2024, some of the considerations and the benefits are potential for better estimates for the AV that's needed after this kind of correction year. But with that being said, a potential disadvantage is that we still would need to be using the 2024, and we'd be in a similar situation of needing to use not exactly known numbers to predict the tax collection rate for the following year. And then hopefully there will be more certainty about Houghton Park and Ride and more time for education on the ballot measure as well. And then the kind of disadvantages are the delay in services, capital costs increase. Evergreen Health may take their bond measure to the ballot. We would anticipate that if they were going to do that, it probably would be in August or November, because bond measures have validation requirements, and so they would be looking for bigger turnout. But they might go earlier in the year as well. And potential other uncertainties. And then, as was outlined in the memo, there's also some additional costs of the election itself. So this year we already have budgeted to pay King County Elections for our portion of election costs, but that's not budgeted for next year. And so depending on the election, it's anywhere from $125,000 to $200,000 for putting the ballot measure on the ballot. And then just a couple items, specific to February and April. A potential disadvantage is the voter turnout isn't always as representative when looking at age. And then November is, of course, the presidential election year. So that means often greater turnout and likely more diverse turnout, and it also means the ballot is very long. So those are some of those considerations. And then I wanted to provide a brief update about the PFEC reconvening that we had just a week ago tonight, I guess that was. And so we had 29 PFEC members attended last Tuesday, and that included our PFEC chair, Councilmember Curtis. So we had 28 PFEC members voting at this meeting. And we gave them, we had just an hour, and we gave them some of these quick highlights that we've been talking about with council. So including especially the updates about Evergreen Health, Houghton Park and Ride, and the forecasted drop in AV. And we asked them a few questions to discuss in small groups and then report out to the larger group. So that one of the first questions we asked was, what do you think about the potential change in the cents per thousand of assessed value for a measure, and how do you think people might react? As you read in the memo, there was kind of a mix of responses, but really some of those included people might be wary because they don't know what their new AV is, and there will be change. Will people trust the city to reduce if they overestimate the levy rate, was a question raised. And just talking about the meaning of assessed value is hard to understand, and people are going to care more about how much it costs to them. And this definitely confusing. And also that, well, we've all been talking about certain dollar number cent rates other members of the community have not been talking about the change, and so they might not have a big sense of an incremental change from 23 to 29. And then we also asked them if there's anything that they thought council and PFEC should consider before deciding whether to go in 23 or not. And just kind of talking about similar things you've been thinking about of the AB postcard's going to go out, which is right now, and comparing the costs, and then also looking at potentially other levies, similar levies. And then, so this slide here shows kind of what the PFEC input was for 23 or 24. And there were a lot more reasons shared in support of going in 2023. And I kind of already mentioned that first item, that the incremental change of that cents from 23 to 29 cents isn't actually that much if someone wants items. And really, there's a sense of this is more of a question of whether a voter wants to go to the ballot and wants these items and wants to vote for them. And if they want to, they'll vote for the investment. And also kind of wanting to move forward, even knowing there is uncertainty because costs are likely to go up and there could be other issues with waiting. And then some PFEC members did share a sentiment that we would get another chance to go next year. So if the measure failed this year, the council could decide to go again in 2024. And then the one reason that was shared out loud at the meeting for going in 2024, someone shared that they always wanted to go in 2024. And so this slide here, you've seen a very similar version of the top table in your memo, and then the others are, there's added information that came after the memo was published. And so at the meeting we had, like I mentioned, we had 28 voting members, but 3 voted after the meeting. So here at the top, you'll see 93% of the people that were attending the meeting. It said 92% in your packet, but we added the 3 that were there, just hadn't clicked the Zoom poll. But 93% recommended that council go in 2023. And then before and after the meeting, staff contacted PFEC members who weren't able to be there to ask if they wanted to vote by proxy. And we did provide them with links to the council meeting from June 6th, as well as the council memo, and then a copy of the slideshow after we had our presentation to PFEC last week. And of those folks, you'll see in the middle chart there are 7 people voting, and 6 of those 7 recommended waiting until 2024. And so it's hard for us to know exactly what information those 7 folks had to review because we gave them all the information, but we don't know what they might have taken time to look at. And they also didn't have the benefit of talking with their peers about this or hearing kind of George's more detailed explanation. And at the bottom is a combination of those.
Thank you for this. I did have a question about that. Is there anything about the voting that was different between the two that could account for some of the difference? Like in the meeting, could you tell how other people were voting at? So it was unanimous.
Yeah. So we did. That's a good question. So we did a unanimous Zoom poll, and then it was just a unanimous. Well, it was send me by email. So I knew how people were voting, but that was all the same.
Yeah. Okay. And is there anything you don't know anything about like the demographics different of people who didn't attend? I'm thinking of what might be useful, like if there's pretty.
What's crazy?
About them that we would know that would be helpful in. Yeah, no, but
it's a good question.
Or something that would actually be helpful.
Awesome. I'm Mike St. Jean.
I think it's a little bit of a mix. I could take a look back and see if anything's out, but of course, our sample size is pretty small.
That's exciting.
I'm in public works.
I'm in police.
I like what you guys got for your uniform.
It's Halloween. It's Halloween.
I was gonna wear that too.
Exactly.
It's the podium mic upstairs.
Well, I have been a clerk for 15 years, so I've worked for the cities of Redmond, Monroe. I live in
Okay, so any other questions about this slide? So you can see even when we do combine those, 77% are recommended in 2020.
Did, just like a month ago, so I'm the new administrator.
And then we really just wanted to, that was all I had to present, so we really wanted to hear from council. Do you have any direction considering timing or anything else that you want us to bring back to you?
All right, Abby, I'm here for you. Congrats to you.
Yeah. So I really appreciate council's
How do you do?
Nice to meet you. I'm Matt Spencer.
And the joke I made to him is I didn't realize this was a lifetime appointment. Was a good turnout and I continue. And I'm gonna torture an analogy because I said last meeting that we had wins. And I really, the energy behind PFAC after they had their conversation with each other, and PFAC is not an easy stuff. Ask questions.
Hi, I'm Sam Baker. Hi, Sam.
Their breakup,
Nice to meet you.
breakout, and we strongly said,
Yeah.
we need to go to 2023, we have the momentum, we've talked to our public, we've done all the research, let's move forward. To me, that gave us a tailwind. It was saying, we should do this, we should move forward. So I recommend we do 2023.
I mean, we need to trust the process, right? I mean, that's the whole point of needing feedback, and the fact that it's strong support makes sense. We would all really love to know that we have to properly do that, right? It'd be wonderful. We're in bigger situations.
Well, I may be the only one, but I, based on our previous experiences with getting big things passed in presidential years, my inclination would be to go with 2024. I think it's just a bigger risk in an off-year election. And it's, maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's more controversial to do it in a year when council elections are on. So, so I think I would prefer 24, but I may be the one in a 6-1 vote again.
Are we voting on?
No, I cannot do that.
Not voting. We'll do that
We
soon.
will eventually.
Comments? The comments?
Yeah, I'm good with going. Don't have anything to do this summer.
Is there, with the Houghton Park and Ride uncertainty, or timing, I guess, of the sale, purchase and sale, is there anything more we can do in our, in the council, pen a letter or something to the state and just kind of express the urgency of moving forward? Would that help?
I think so. I think we
I
can.
have reached out to the governor's office today, just with to our contact. Larry says he'll turn it up if we need him to, or somebody, to at least get her. The reality is, we just continue not hearing. Hopefully they'll understand how important it is.
Kathy's back from the study session.
Well, it seems like, you know, a letter that's dated now with the most up-to-date information. It seemed like it would hurt.
No, I
Like it
agree.
could help. Yeah, okay.
I think it's this one, because we can hear.
So I can bring that up under city manager report. And I do think at this point, going on the record is worth doing. Again.
In the end, all the uncertainty about property value, the actual dollar amount that everybody pays doesn't change. And we're talking about how to explain the complexity of this levy finance stuff for everybody that's not George and Michael in the community. And so when we look at the change in year, it just gets more expensive the longer we
Yeah, I think it also, bottom line is gonna be, how much is it gonna impact? How much is it going to be, not the relationship of the AV to whatever, at least not for me. I've had a hard time following this all the way through. It's like $203, I can do $203. Okay, with that, let's transfer this upstairs. Kathy, do we have a card or anything we can take all this stuff?
Yes.
You don't?
Yes.
Right, all this stuff.
Thank you all.
You mean your stuff, or if Abby can have the card, he's gonna bring all.
Was that a yes? Okay, thank you. We're live, Mayor.
We are back following a study session on two topics, a joint meeting with the Kirkland Senior Council and a discussion related to a potential parks ballot measure. I would like the record to reflect that Councilmember Black has joined our meeting. Okay, this takes us to World Refugee Day proclamation.
So, Madam
Councilmember
Member.
Nixon is going to help me with this, and we're going to be joined by some members of the community.
Okay, we can do that. So anyway, we're very excited tonight to have some special guests who are with us from other countries. This presentation for the first time is actually going to be translated while it's being read into Dari. We also had it translated into Ukrainian. And we'll allow folks to say a few words afterward. And there's a lot of information about the proclamation on the website, where you can find more information and some links. So after each whereas is read, it will then be translated.
And this is our interpreter?
So are we going to do two interpretations in between?
Yeah, this is going to be a joint interpretation. So Councilmember Nixon is going to read the proclamation, and as he gets to each whereas clause, we will alternate, and you will read it in Farsi.
Understood. Okay. All right. Proclaiming June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day in Kirkland.
اعلان روز 20 جون 2023 به عنوان روز جهانی پناهندگان در کرکلند.
Whereas, in Resolution 5240, the Kirkland City Council declared that the city aspires to be a safe, welcoming, and inclusive city for all people, including those who have left their homelands as refugees.
نظر به اینکه شورای شهر کرکلند در مصوبه آر 5240 اعلان کرد که این شهر باید یک مکان مسئول، خوشایند و همه شمول برای تمام مردم به شمول مردم دور از وطن و پناهندگان باشد.
And whereas, Kirkland believes that all who immigrate to the United States deserve liberty and to pursue happiness, and recognizes volunteer organizations such as Kirkland Interfaith Network and congregations such as Holy Spirit Lutheran Church, Holy Family Catholic Church, St. John Mary Vianney Catholic Church, and Kol Ami, a Center for Jewish Life, who assist people who have endured the unimaginable to pursue a better life here.
و نظر به اینکه کرکلند مستفید شدن همه مهاجرین ساکن ایالات متحده از آزادی و خوشبختی را حق این مردم می‌داند و سازمان‌های داوطلب محور مانند شبکه میان مذهبی کرکلند و کلیسای لوترن روح القدس، کلیسای کاتولیک فامیل مقدس، کلیسای کاتولیک سنت جان مری ویانی و کل انی مرکز زندگی یهودیان را که به مردم ستم دیده برای رسیدن به زندگی بهتر کمک می‌کنند به رسمیت می‌شناسند.
And whereas immigrants sometimes arrive in our community with so little, and volunteers help these most vulnerable refugees with emergency food bags, hygiene products, bus tickets, and grocery or clothing gift cards.
و نظر به اینکه مهاجرین گاهی در شرایط نامساعد وارد جامعه ما میشوند و داوطلبان خریدای غذای اضطراری، محصولات حفظ الصحه، تکت ملی بس و خوراکه یا کارت هدیه خرید البسه در اختیار این مهاجرین آسیب‌پذیر قرار میدهند.
And whereas these and other community volunteers work to equip refugees and immigrants with the skills, resources, and support they need to live fulfilling lives, help them learn English, find a place to live and work, and gain citizenship, and help them in rising above their challenges, build upon the strength and courage that got them here, and support their hopes to become vital contributors to our communities.
نظر به اینکه این داوطلبان و دیگر داوطلبان اجتماعی برای مستفید ساختن پناهندگان و مهاجرین از مهارت‌ها، منابع و حمایت‌های لازم برای رسیدن به زندگی مطلوب، تعلیم لسان انگلیسی، پیدا نمودن محلی برای زندگی و کار و رسیدن به مزایای شهروندی و کمک رسانی در قسمت غلبه بر مشکلات، تقویت توانایی‌ها و روحیه و پرورش امید و ایجاد زمینه مشارکت آنان در جامعه سعی می‌کنند.
And whereas, in addition to local volunteer professionals in the greater Seattle area who provide much needed services to asylum seekers and resources, national recognized agencies such as Refugees Northwest, a program of Lutheran Community Services Northwest, and other nonprofits assist with immigration challenges.
نظر به اینکه ضمن کارشناسان داوطلب محلی فعال در سیاتل و اطراف در قسمت ارائه خدمات ضروری به پناهجویان، بعضی مراکز کمک رسانی و نهادهای ملی مانند Refugees Northwest از پروگرام‌های Lutheran Community Services Northwest و دیگر سازمان‌های غیر انتفاعی نیز برای رفع مشکلات مهاجرین سعی می‌کنند.
And whereas asylum seekers face numerous challenges, including not being able to work for an average of 18 months after arriving in the United States, and not being eligible for any federal benefits, and so are vulnerable to food insecurity and homelessness.
نظر به اینکه پناهجویان با مشکلات متعددی به شمول و نمحدود بودن به نبود امکان کار تا حدود 18 ماه بعد از ورود به ایالات متحده و نداشتن صلاحیت مستفید شدن از مزایای فدرال روبرو هستند و به همین دلیل در معرض ناامنی غذایی و بیخانمانی قرار دارند.
And whereas the city of Kirkland, with the help and sponsorship of its faith communities, has welcomed and assisted refugees and asylum seekers from Laos and Vietnam in the 1970s through today's refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, and Ukraine.
نظر به اینکه شهر کرکلند با کمک و حمایت جوامع مذهبی در دهه 70 میلادی پذیرا و کمک رسان پناهجویان و پناهندگان لاوسی و ویتنامی بود و امروز نیز از پناهندگان سوری، افغانی و اوکراینی پذیرایی می‌کنند.
And whereas World Refugee Day was first proclaimed by the United Nations and celebrated on June 20th, 2001, to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees, and to shine a light on the rights, needs, and dreams of refugees, helping to mobilize political will and resources so refugees can not only survive, but also thrive.
نظر به اینکه سازمان ملل نخستین بار روز 20 جون 2001 را برای بزرگداشت 50مین سال روز کنوانسیون وضعیت پناهندگان 1951 و معرفی حقوق، ضروریات و خواسته های پناهندگان و زمینه سازی برای استفاده از اراده سیاسی و منابع مختلف برای حفظ بقا و ایجاد امکان پیشرفت پناهندگان روز جهانی پناهندگان نامید.
Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, and with gratitude for all Kirkland community members who have done this good work, does hereby proclaim June 20th, 2023 as World Refugee Day in Kirkland, Washington, and calls upon all community members to watch for and participate in opportunities to help these most vulnerable individuals and families.
حالا بدین وسیله شاروار پنی سویت از طرف شورای شهر و با قدردانی از شهروندان کرکلند که انجام دهنده این کار شایسته بودند، روز 20 جون 2023 را به عنوان روز جهانی پناهندگان در کرکلند، واشنگتن اعلام می‌کند و همه اعضای جامعه را دعوت به کسب معلومات مرتبط و اشتراک در پروگرام‌های کمک رسانی به این اشخاص و فامیل‌های آسیب پذیر می‌کند.
Thank you. Applaud now. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, he's got the camera right there. There we go. Get a little closer.
She does.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. Thank you.
Oh. Who would like to make comments?
تشکر از همه تیم امی جایی که ما بودیم 5 ماه پیش ما در کرکلند زندگی میکردیم. تشکری خاص از تیم شاروالی از کرکلند و خاصا تیم امو 5 ناماره.
Thank you so much for everyone who've been staying for the past 5 months with the help of the community. We would like to thank especially the Kirkland City and the Saint Jane Vianney group.
Mr. Zimmerman, would you
Oh,
please
I'm
hold
speaking
it?
dairy.
و یک تشکری خاص از کالری، ملیسا و آیلین که بر ما بسیار حمایت زیاد کرده و تا امروزه تفلکای مسیغلو بود. یعنی اگر تفلکای ما اجدما شده خاص از آیلین، کالری، ملیسا و همه تیم شاروالی کرکلند.
I'd like to give a special thanks to Eileen, Caroline, and Melissa. My kids are turned 18 months now. I feel like they have been a second mom to them.
تشکر از همه تیمتان و تشکر از حمایتتان. یک جهان تشکر.
I'd like to thank the entire team and all the support you've given to refugee communities.
My name is Lika. Thank you for helping us.
Aren't they beautiful? Okay, we're going to change the agenda up just a little bit. And before we do items from the audience, we're going to do our special presentation, the Spring 2023 Employee Service Award Recognition. City Manager?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to move this a little bit out of order, as you said. This is to recognize those employees who've worked with us for 20 years, 25, 30, or 35 years of service. Chuck Deaver, our HR director, is going to be reading out their names. They're going to be coming, those who are able to attend, receiving their award, then we're getting a photo with the mayor. Chuck.
Thank you very much, City Manager, Mayor, and council members. Good evening, everyone. I have the pleasure of recognizing some of our employees tonight who've reached milestones. As City Manager Triplett mentioned, the employees reaching benchmarks of 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, and 35 years with the City of Kirkland will be recognized tonight. They will be receiving an acrylic plaque, and some of them will be receiving some certificates as well. The plaques are etched with the employee's name, department, city logo, and service years. And so as I read off your name, if you could please come on up here, I will ask the council members to please stand up and just go ahead and situate yourself in front of the logo there. And then afterwards, we'll take some pictures. We have our photographer here today. And we've got six awards to give out, and I'll also read off names of the individuals who couldn't be here tonight who also are worthy of recognition for their milestones. So first off, for 20 years of service, I'd like to invite Lieutenant Lepaki Zoplin up here. He is a police lieutenant with our police department. Congratulations. And next, also for 20 years, I'd like to invite Rod Steitzer to the front. He's our Capital Projects Manager with our Public Works Department. Thank you so much, Rod, for your service. And also for 20 years, although they're not here to receive an award today, I have Eric Peterson from the fire department, who's a firefighter, Jason Pierce from the fire department, a fire inspector, Mark Brown from the police department, who's a training SRO, NRO officer, Ronald Florence from our police department, corrections corporal, and Ryan Brown, a lead person with our parks and community services department. Now, moving on to 25 years of service, I would like to invite Deputy Police Chief Mike St. Jean up to the front with our police department. Next, I'd like to invite Prince Cohen, our Planning Administrative Supervisor from our Planning and Building Department. Beautiful. Thank you so much for your service, Prince. Now for the rest of the names for 25 years of service, I have Raymond Bressler, Police Department, who's a patrol sergeant, Jennifer Gauss, Public Works Department, Surface Water Strategic Advisor, Terry Korp, Public Works Department, Engineering Technician, Wayne Jarvie, Public Works Department, Senior Maintenance, and Jeffrey Rotter from the Parks and Community Services Department. He's the Parks Maintenance Supervisor. All right, moving on to 30 years of service. This is quite a feat, and I'd like to introduce you and recognize Audrey Martin from the Fire Department, our Administrative Supervisor. Thank you. Also completing 30 years of service and not here to accept the award is Tom Crease from the Public Works Department. He's the Water and Wastewater Supervisor, and Hobart Haney from the Fire Department, Fire Captain. And last but not least, we have 35 years of service. A big congratulations to Janice Swenson from our Planning and Building Department, Senior Planner. Congratulations again to all of our award recipients. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to the mayor and thank you to the council members. Have a good night.
Microphone is on, Madam Mayor.
This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing. We do have two quasi-judicial matters this evening. They are items 9B, Kirkland Middle School Master Plan Amendment, and 9C, Finn Hill Middle School Master Plan Approval. While these matters are quasi-judicial, the council's decisions will be based on the record developed before the hearing examiner. No new evidence or formal testimony will be received tonight. However, if you wish to comment generally on the master plan amendments, you may do so during items from the audience. On all issues, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order in which they signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome, expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in the council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor. You have 11 people signed up to speak. The first speaker is Kenny Drabble, and the next 2 will be Kim Allen and Meredy Pabst, who are virtual.
Welcome.
Here to introduce Luke Hammond to the council and the community as the 2023 recipient of the Matthew Dahl Memorial Scholarship Award. Luke, can you stand briefly? Luke graduated from Juanita High School on June 15th. He will be attending the University of Arts in London in the fall. Luke is to be commended for his extensive service to Kirkland on the Youth Council in 6 years from 2017 to the present. Now I'd just like to read a few words from his essay about his KYC experience. Luke said, "Like my art and design, KYC has given me an outlet to focus on something bigger than myself. It allows me to think about the different levels of community I'm in and how they can be improved. Before KYC, I was a lot shyer and more insecure. Through taking small steps in KYC, my confidence has grown immensely in public speaking, decision-making, communication, and leadership. Through experiencing and pushing myself to do challenging things, I have grown so much. I am so grateful to take the skills I've learned over the last 6 years and move on to the next chapter in my life." Luke is the 5th recipient of this yearly scholarship. The previous recipients are as follows. Annie Main received the first award in 2019, followed by Cheryl Lee in 2020, Nellie Mex-Canul in 2021, and Josh Slate in 2022. And we just want to say congratulations again to all of them. Kirkland Youth Council continues to provide an important formative opportunity for local youth. We want to recognize Reggie Shugaber for the wonderful work that she continues to provide as program coordinator for Kirkland Youth Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this scholarship award announcement.
Kenny, can I ask you to come up with Luke? And I believe there's a couple other folks in your party. We'd like to get a picture.
Okay, yeah, Linda.
David? Yeah, come on in. We're out here. Luke, congratulations. Well done.
Congratulations.
A lot of exercises.
The next speaker is Kim Allen, followed by Meredy Pabst. Both are virtual, then Sabine Jacques.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor Sweden City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kim, good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm here tonight on behalf of Verizon Wireless. I sent a letter to you and the council earlier today. At Verizon, our goal is to provide the seamless, reliable, and robust wireless service Kirkland residents, first responders, businesses, and visitors have come to expect. As we learned during the pandemic, wireless service is indispensable to daily life and is a need, not a want, for Kirkland's neighborhoods. But it's important now to bring your attention to the fact that the technology for 5G has been sharply evolving in the last 5 years. In 2018, we came before you and we talked about deploying small wireless facilities in the right of way that would be on utility poles, that would be closely spaced because millimeter wave technology wouldn't travel very far. Since that time, all of the wireless carriers have either repurposed or acquired low and mid-band spectrum, which is what they deliver 4G with today. And so what we've learned is that we're going to need a form factor for this technology, that's higher in kind of the tower form factor as opposed to the right of way. We will still need small cells, but what we found is that they're most effective in densely populated areas, not the wide suburban residential. So this particular code update does not address 20-year-old plus policies that apply to macro facilities. And having learned that we're going to need those as well, we asked, and we have been working with staff to try to update that, but we understand it's the city's position that this is beyond the scope of this code update per the council. And so I'm here tonight to ask that in light of the fact that there's a 6-month delay in the effective date, that the council clarified that the staff should be addressing the issues that we've raised around macro facilities so that we can deliver the service that you and your community want, need, and frankly demand. So we'd ask you to send this back one more time. We'd like to get it right the first time and complete the code update for the wireless facilities in its entirety. So thank you very much for your time and attention this evening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Meredy Pabst, also virtual, followed by Alex Zimmerman and Rex Rempel on site.
Welcome, Ms. Pabst.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and council members. My name is Meredy Pabst from Bush Law Firm, and I'm speaking on behalf of AT&T, also regarding the proposed wireless code changes. And we also sent a comment letter last Thursday, and I hope you had time to review it. I'm just going to hit a couple of points from our letter for your consideration tonight later on in the agenda. AT&T is responding to increasingly significant demand for wireless service, especially in and near residential areas. And in our view, Kirkland's code has not changed over the years to allow flexibility in siting macro facilities in a way that can meet this surging demand. And we've believed that in at least 2 respects, the city's code remains very restrictive and challenging for providers. The first instance is in design for building mounted or rooftop facilities. Kirkland's code requires that antennas be mounted on existing structures, either the facade of a building or on rooftop structures that are already there. So not only must a carrier find a building in the right location, that building must have surfaces that are oriented in the right way for mounting antennas, either on the facade or on the rooftop. In contrast, most communities allow antennas to be mounted on a rooftop in a location that will work for the carrier so long as visual impacts are mitigated. For example, this could be through screening or other design features. Second, we have continuing concerns about the limited heights allowed in Kirkland, only 40 feet in residential zones and up to 45 feet in industrial zones. These are very low when compared to other communities. Often we'll see on the low end in residential zones, something like 60 or 65 feet, and substantially higher in industrial and commercial zones. These two limits together are going to be very challenging, both the height for towers and the limited options on building mounts. And really the only relief valve in the code right now is for a carrier to argue what's called the effective prohibition of wireless service under federal law. If the carrier can prove that the low tower height, for example, prevents it from serving the community, it can get an approval from staff at the height it shows it needs. This could lead to a hodgepodge of different tower heights throughout the community. AT&T
Ms.
suggests.
Pavs, I'm sorry, we did get your letter, but you have gone over time.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sabine Jacques, followed by Alex Zimmerman and Rex Rempel.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. My name is Sabine Jacques. I live in Horton on 111th. And the reason I'm here today because I would like to support the park measure that includes the aquatic center and recreational center. I've lived in Kirkland for over 20 years, and my husband and I have 3 children. And we love living in Kirkland. It's beautiful. We got a lot of beaches, parks, and I think it's a very healthy area to live here. And especially now with the Kirkland corridor, I think all of Kirkland actually is a beautiful place to live, and we love it here. One thing is we do have great beaches, but it's very busy in the summer, and then in the winter, a lot of kids don't know what to do, don't know where to go. And unless you join a health club, a private health club, I think it would be really wonderful if we actually had a aquatic center, recreational center for our families here. And my children are almost done with school now, with public school, but I remember when they were in elementary school, the best time was always that one last week where they actually all walked to the Kirkland outdoor pool and they had the swimming lessons, and it was one of the highlights for them. And I think it would be wonderful if we actually did have something where we could do it all year round. Also for our teens, they don't have many places to go, not many places to gather. And then even talking about seniors, I think it's a healthy lifestyle to be able to swim, to be active, and we can do it all year round by having an indoor pool and not just an outdoor pool. So I would like to support the park measure, and also hoping that we can put it on a ballot now and not wait till 2024. When it first was proposed in 2015, I was really excited, but now my kids are done with school, but I want to help other young families to be able to use the pool. Thank you for supporting the aquatic center. And yeah, I'm done.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Alex Zimmerman, followed by Rex Rempel, and then Nicole McKenzie, who is virtual.
Sieg Heil. My president absolutely right. You are fascist or communist. I'm a little bit stupid, so I call you or Nazi or communist. It's exactly who you are. And talking about school, I go to school board meeting for last 10 years, couple dozen times, maybe almost every time. What has happened right now is make me absolutely sick. Democratic mafia, this bandita with Nazi Gestapo principle totally control us children. So in my eyes, for 30 years, 2 generations, you brainwash totally. Totally. How you can explain so for 30 years we have only Democrat governor? How is this possible? Theoretically. Guys, situation is so idiotic right now. Each time as I come to meeting, what as I see, democratic mafia controlling everything, totally. In children is number one, and quality of qualification in teaching children go down by 30% officially, and 50% children have a stress, depressed. Why? Because teacher is a crook and lion controlled by Democrat mafia. Children come home, in home is life different. So children have a brain problem, you know what it mean? I have brain problem too, but I'm too old, you know what it mean? Guys, are you a bandita, democratic bandita, you all identical as this? What as I call you Nazi pig? You understand what it mean? It's number one, what as I'm talking. I give you a classic example right now. What is for 30 plus year, 35, what is I live here, I never see before. So, Bellevue have a consul, black consul. So here right now, out. First black consul in Bellevue history, for my understanding. They take him out and want to replace him with Iranian Muslim. Where is happened like this, huh? Can somebody explain to me? Are you all freaking idiota? You don't understand what is going on? How is this possible? First black man, and probably in all his side history, you know what this mean? Consul, is they take him out. He replace him with, want to replace him with Iranian Muslim. It's a nightmare. Guys, I don't understand you. I speak right now to everybody who listen to me. Stand up. Stop acting like an idiot. We come here. Look, people come here. What are they talking about? Poop, bassin. This alive? Poop in bassin? This is exactly what is talking. You scared people. We look right now like a German Nazi in Tory. Ever told you before? 85% demo vote for Democrat here, same percentage work for Adolf Hitler in 1939. And what has happened with Nazi? Come to collapse. What has happened with Democrat?
Mr.
Come to
Zimmerman,
collapse.
your time
I'm
is up.
finished.
Thank you.
I'm finished.
Your next speaker is Rex Rempel, followed by Nicole McKenzie and Ken Lyons.
Before Mr. Rempel speaks, I would just like to say, on behalf of the council, I apologize that you had to listen to what you just had to listen to. Rex, I'm sorry, please speak up.
Good evening, everyone. I want to recognize that so many comments put towards our government officials and government employees are negative in nature. Often we use our soapboxes to complain or even throw vitriol at those who are doing service. And so I want to offer a counterpoint, if I might. Our community has a great number of lovely parks. We have wonderful schools and fabulous healthcare. We have clean water. We have access to the arts. We have a vibrant economy. We have successful businesses. We have restaurants, shops, plenty of grocery stores. We have an excellent street system. We have some public transit. We have good biking. We enjoy good community safety with a relatively low crime rate. Now, our community is not perfect, and I will continue to step forward on various avenues to advocate for what I see as good ideas. But I do want to recognize that we are privileged to live where we do and how we do. And I want to specifically call out that we have responsive and open government here, and I appreciate that. We all have the opportunities not only to observe, but to attend and to participate. We get to share our comments with our elected officials and with city staff. We have opportunities to write, to meet, to sit on boards, to join committees and commissions, and even to comment at public and even governmental bodies like this, to the point that you actually grant us more than an hour of airtime a year per person if we elect to take 3 minutes twice a month. So for that, I just want to say thank you to those present, those in our government bodies, those who are our employees, and to the community members of our city who have done so much to make our community what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rempel.
The next speaker is Nicole McKenzie, and she's virtual, followed by Ken Lyons and Bob Sternoff.
Welcome, Ms. McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm speaking to you this evening regarding the proposed parks ballot, and I did listen to your study session earlier this evening. And I know that I had sent each of you or all of you collectively an email a couple of weeks ago, and I'd like to reiterate some of those points publicly here. I want to specifically reiterate that I think that the proposed measure is trying to do too much at too great an expense. And to reiterate that although PFEC submitted a report that included most of the amenities and elements that are included in the current proposal from staff, that this is something that was essentially foisted upon PFEC. They were not given the opportunity to choose open-endedly what they wanted to present. They were told choose an aquatics facility and rank these other program choices in order of priority, and were not given an opportunity not to rank any of them or to choose just their top 2, 3, or 4. So everybody had to rank all of the elements, and then staff put forward that a facility plus 5 additional elements were recommended by the committee. Kirkland does not need, nor does it want, everything that's included in the proposal that's been submitted to council. If you look at the survey that was done, the statistically valid survey that was done, looking at the issue priorities in terms of what was ranked as high to very high priority, you have improving housing affordability and reducing traffic congestion, a new indoor public swimming pool and rec center, or adding more parks and recreation programs, rated as a high priority by 46% and 44% of the respondents respectively. Looking at the actual components, most of them on a scale of 1 to 7, with 1 being the lowest and 7 being the highest, most of them ranked less than a 4, which means that you don't have anybody ranking any of these elements as a high priority. The highest priority that was ranked was year-round restrooms at selected parks at an average of a 4.9. That's your highest.
Ms. McKenzie, I'm afraid your time is up. We did get your communication. Feel free to send us any additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Ken Lyons, followed by Bob Sternoff, Matt McCauley, and Ken McKenzie.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and council members. Thanks very much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ken Lyons. I'm here on behalf of AT&T. I just had a couple of comments regarding the item that's on your agenda, the wireless code amendments. And I won't repeat certainly what Kim Allen or Meredy Papps had said in their comments, but did just want to make the request that the public hearing be reopened. If you listen to the Planning Commission meeting, they really didn't have an opportunity to do much probative analysis of the comments that came in. They said that they felt like they weren't technically able to provide that sort of analysis, and they really presented it to be forwarded to council for that to occur. There are some significant issues, I think, that were raised, certainly in the comment letters you've received. And for that reason, I think it's important that there's an opportunity to actually really probatively look at these issues that have come out to make sure that, they're addressed, because they're significant. They do impact the quality of the service that the residents in your community do receive. You know, basically, we were a landline society for 100 years. We went wireless in the last 15. 3/4 of your residents do not have a home phone. That's very different than it was 25 years ago when your last code, the bones of the code that you have today, was adopted. And that is very significant from a public policy standpoint, because people are depending on these on this technology to be able to communicate. Whereas, 25 years ago, the only reason why somebody had a cell phone was, quote, for emergency purposes, and it's now reversed the role in the way that it is now. So, and then, also, it's very important also that lower income households, households that are renters, or households that have children have significantly higher wireless adoption. There's reports that come out from the National Institute of Health as well as the CDC that talks about this. So it's very important to recognize that the role of wireless has changed significantly in Kirkland over the last 25 years, and it's important that the code be amended in such a way to keep up. Now, keep in mind, there have been 6 FCC orders in the last 10 years, and I understand that there's the need to make those changes to make sure the code keeps pace with federal law. But there are some significant public policy implications in terms of the way that Kirkland's buildings don't look like the way they did 25 years ago. Certainly the way that, Kirkland relied on us placing facilities on PSE utility poles, and that wasn't, assuming that those structures are going to be available to us in the future in the way that they have in the past is not a good assumption. And then, of course, changing needs and technology. It's important that residents are able to take advantage of these speeds and the like. So, with that, I just to point out on the 5G policy, I understand that that the city is not allowing 5G upgrades to facilities that are on city-owned property. And I think that's something that it would be helpful to hear the council weigh in whether or not it really supports that, because what that will mean is that eventually carriers are going to need to build new towers when there's a perfectly good water tank or something there to be able to provide those services.
Mr. Lyon, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm tall, I can't quite see the light, so.
We'll make a note of that.
Your next speaker is Bob Sternoff, followed by Matt McCauley and Ken McKenzie.
Any have a problem with that? Go. Fine. Welcome, Mr. McCauley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matt McCauley. Some of you I've had the pleasure of knowing for quite a few years. Some of you I've not had the pleasure of meeting in real life yet. I'm a lifelong Kirklander, third of 5 generations of McCauleys to call Kirkland home. I started studying history, Kirkland history, in the mid-'70s as a kid. As a law student in the 1990s, I started writing a weekly column for the old Kirkland Courier newspaper. Since that time, I've done a couple of books about the history of Kirkland, and I do a lot of stuff on the internet. So Kirkland history is something I've studied for a long time. I'm in tonight to give you some feedback and register my opposition to proposed changes to make Park Lane a pedestrian-only street. But I have to tell you, an earlier speaker really kind of rattled me, so I'm going to go off script. I have studied the history of Kirkland for a long time. I have known some of the council members going back to Al Leland, elected mayor, Al Locke, the first city manager, Dick Shinstrom, the late Bill Woods, all these people that were a part of this city government. Even if I disagree with some of you people for some reason on issues like this, you come in, you spend a ton of your free time, you're away from your families, you don't make almost any money for doing this. You do it because you care about the community. And to have somebody come in and call you Nazis, I have 2 Jewish sons. So I just want to tell you that even from a regular person, even if I disagree with you, even if you don't see the way I want you to see on the Park Lane issue, man, to hear something like that, I appreciate what you do. I really do. And it makes me angry to hear somebody come in and say something like that. So thank you. But at any rate, to go back onto my script, I think that probably it's a really bad idea based on the impact it would have on the merchants. There was some talk of that originally when they shifted from Commercial Avenue to Park Lane back in the mid-1970s. I happen to have written an article about it back in 2019 that is apparently being circulated around. Some folks are making the claim that I said that the original vision was that it be a pedestrian-only street. Just to correct the record, that was suggested. They shot it down. They decided to do trees, to change the parking, to try to make it a little bit more hospitable to people walking. But they shot the idea down back then, and I hope you do it now based on the impact it will have on the merchants there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley.
Now, Mr. Sternoff.
Welcome, Mr. Sternoff.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Manager. Yeah, it was almost, I was going to say it was deja vu, or people were asking me, was it deja vu? And not until Mr. Zimmerman showed up. So, yeah, he wasn't so much a regular here, but just about every other regional meeting I was in. I'm Bob Sternoff. I've been a Kirkland resident officially since June of 1983, but grew up in Bridle Trails, Kirkland phone number. I don't know much else about this community, didn't spend any time doing anything here, so I'm just speaking as a citizen tonight. Three things. I want to talk about the Park Lane, want to talk about the park bond, and I want to talk about the Lake Washington Boulevard proposal to do away with parking. I think Matt covered Park Lane actually pretty well, but as a former parking czar in this city, I was handed this token, and maybe the mayor remembers this, was handed to me by a guy about, almost 60 years ago that mounted my ski bindings in Bellevue and would eventually end up mayor of Kirkland and a state legislator. And this is a parking token. And when I chaired the parking committee here in the city for a couple of years, it was very clear that we weren't going to be able to make any more parking without making more parking. And certainly there was no discussion about losing parking. You lose parking anywhere here, and you're going to lose, especially on Park Lane. It makes it very difficult. As a member, as a member of the Lake and Central Committee, the ill-fated Lake and Central Committee, that was a major bone of contention for neighbors in the area. Where are people going to park? They're going to park in the neighborhood. So I would hope that you would take that up. There's been a lot of comments made about that. Moving on to the park bond. An aquatic center is needed, but the way that this bond is set up, and having been involved in both as a park chair for a number of years and a couple park bonds, I can tell you it's too big. It's too big. It's too big for a couple reasons. One, it hit me today, Puget Sound Business Journal. We're not the #1 wealth folks here in Washington. Who is? Sammamish. What is Kirkland? Number 13. My point is, the people here are struggling. There are older people, we know about that. It's hard. Every time prices go up, taxes go up, we vote for whatever we vote for. But there is an impact on our community, and I know we want to be inclusive and all that. Well, part of that is keeping people here that probably wouldn't be able to afford to stay. Every latte that they put towards a bond is another latte they can't put towards something else like living. There's layoffs that are still happening in this community in the tech sector. We don't know where we're going, and I hope that you will. I know I'm out of town, but I hope, as I said, that you will look at what's going on here.
Thank you, Mr. Chernoff.
That's the fastest 3 minutes I've ever had.
The last speaker who's signed up is Ken McKenzie.
Welcome, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you. How does the slide deck work? I only have 35. Magic.
Oh, this is Park Lane.
I think you just lost the. Hello. So I'm here to talk about Park Lane. And my plea is, please don't change Park Lane into a pedestrian-only area. I dug around and I found this really interesting report that I think everybody should read. Its title is The Experiment of American Pedestrian Malls, and written by a woman named Cole Judge, who did this on behalf of or works for, I couldn't figure it out, the International Downtown Association Center for Urban Research. She was hired to look into this situation for Fresno, who had a deteriorating business district and was looking at how to improve it. And she found that 89% of pedestrian malls fail. And that's going back like 50, 60 years. So 11% succeed, and 80% of the 11% that succeed are in areas of population under 100,000. So we barely check that one. I'll get into the next bullet on the next slide. The bottom bullet is interesting. So cities that have embraced the Main Street and complete street models of urban planning have succeeded in revitalizing their downtown. So how does Kirkland compare to the key findings of this report? So our idea of Park Lane is pretty short. That fits with their requirements. Population under 100,000, we're good. What are the three characteristics of successful pedestrian malls located in a major tourist location? Kirkland is not in a major tourist location. There's a nearby anchor, such as a university. We don't have one. Close proximity to a beach. They're talking about big beaches like Santa Monica, Miami Beach. We don't have that. So we just don't have it. So therefore, according to this study, a Park Lane pedestrian mall is doomed to fail. Kirkland does not have enough customers conveniently located within walking distance. All those others that succeed have huge populations that flood into the walking mall. So yeah, we'll have a few glorious summers when people will show up. But year in and year out, every month, they're just not there. And so that means we'll have fewer customers for merchants, even restaurants. Research tells us that just a few apartment buildings, and we actually just have a few right around that area, won't provide that flood of people that we need. And then I got to thinking, so what problem are we trying to solve? Let's go solve the business problem in Park Lane. It looks like the pedestrian-only Park Lane is a solution that's looking for a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
No one else has signed up?
Okay, there is no one else signed up. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period closed. This takes us to our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,152,256.49 and bills in the amount of $6,309,644.70.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? There's an ordinance on the, thank you.
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. Motion carries. Takes us to our business agenda. The first item of on our business agenda is the 2023-2024 mid-year budget adjustment. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We are looking for action tonight. Here to give you the presentation is our Financial Planning Manager, George Dugdale, who's going to be joining us virtually. Welcome, George.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm just putting up my slideshow here. Okay. So we're here to talk about the mid-year 2023 budget adjustments. We have 14 slides for you this evening, and we'll touch on 6 of the different areas of the budget adjustments, 1 slide for each of those. Okay, before we jump into the adjustments themselves, I have a Just a reminder of where we are in the budget process itself. The budget adjustment schedule, we adopted the budget in December. We have the carryover adjustments in March.
George,
We're now doing the
we're having a
major-
little bit of difficulty hearing you.
My apologies. Let me speak up. And can you see me also?
No, we can't.
Okay, here we go. Video.
There we go.
Is that better? Can you hear me now, Mayor?
Everybody hear me okay? Okay.
Okay, great. Apologies for that. So we have the mid-year adjustments that we're dealing with right now. Following this, we have the mid-biennial adjustments in December, and then 2 opportunities to adjust the budget in 2024. So as an overview, appropriation adjustments are what require council action, and those are required when the 2 bolded items here are what we have. So when unexpected revenue or unanticipated revenue needs to be expended, when there's new funds, which we do not have, and when the council authorizes new positions, projects, or programs. The total appropriation changes in this budget set are 10.4 million, primarily increases due to capital project transfers, new grants, as well as some internal transfers related to capital projects, resources forward, and some operating items as well. So we have, like I said, we have 6 elements in this adjustment. There are the council directed, other adjustments requiring action, some line items, capital project closeouts, resources forward, and finally, we have some position conversions and additions. So this first table deals with the council directed adjustments. So these are adjustments that have either been asked for by council, have been mentioned in an informal action, or have been previously approved by a fiscal note. So you can see there, they're primarily capital adjustments. The largest one is the addition of REIT 2 reserve to the 100th Avenue Northeast projects. In addition to the capital elements, there are the ARPA Sustainability Master Plan initiatives. These were discussed during budget adoption, but this adjustment moves the funding from where it's held with ARPA in the general fund into the Development Services Fund. Other adjustments requiring council action. So these are other adjustments that adjust the appropriation of each fund. So we have, this is the longest list in there. We have this divided into 2 slides. On the operating side, there's levies, funding from the EMS levy for the MIH program, as well as some additional grants. And again, another ARPA transfer into the street fund for the leaf blower initiative. On the utilities and capital sides, we have some grant funding, a particularly large $500,000 grant into the capital project Fund 320 for the Lake and Kirkland project, as well as some moving of funds around between capital funds. We also have, you can see on the previous slide, some position adjustments, as well as some capital project closeouts. Both of those have their own slide I will get to now. So the citywide position summary, we have 4 position adds in this adjustment set, as well as 1 position conversion. All of these new FTE positions, and there's a total of 5 of them, are in the planning and building department. There are 4 new overhire assistant planner positions, and the conversion of 1 current LTE planner to an ongoing planner. All of these positions are funded with development services reserves. The budgeted balance for development services reserves for staffing is 3.7 million at the end of 2024. These positions are necessary for a number of reasons. One is the high workload that continues to be experienced in development services. So there's a large need for particularly the assistant planner work. The second is that the planning department continues to see significant turnover. And the aim of having a wider pool of assistant planners is that there'll be more people who are able to step into the senior positions within the department. Some of the vacancies they currently have in the assistant planner position are because of existing promotions that have happened. And within the planning department, it's particularly important to have people who understand the city's code and the city's practices to be able to move into those senior positions. Moving on to the capital project closeouts and corrections. At the end of every budget cycle, at the start of each odd numbered year, we do an analysis of completed capital projects that have remaining balance, as well as other projects that could be closed out. And this is done in conjunction with the financial statements. And so you can see there the various funding sources within the capital funds. On the first column, it's the funding source, and then the capital funds are across the top. And so the amount in total of 879,000 is being returned from projects to the original funding source. In all cases, these are projects that have been completed. There's not any scope or budget changes to there are not any scope changes to these projects. These are projects which have been completed and are returning funding to the source. The next, we have line item adjustments not requiring an appropriation. So these are adjustments that are contained within one city fund and can be completed administratively, but are brought forward here as they're either of particular interest on particularly important policy issues or otherwise of interest to council. So one I'll highlight here is IFF physical contributions. So within the labor agreement with the firefighters, the city is required to do physicals each year for the firefighters. That program is up and running for 2023, and we have a budget adjustment to recognize the funding for that in 23 and 24. Resources forward. This is another mostly technical adjustment that we do in the June, the odd numbered years. And so at the end of, when we complete the budget for 23-24, we estimate the starting fund balance for every city fund. Now that the year is complete and the financial statements have been worked out, we know the accurate starting fund balance. And so for each city fund there, we have an adjustment that adjusts what we originally assumed the fund balance would be to what the new fund balance is. In most cases, the difference is revenue slightly above budget or expenditure slightly under budget. I'll highlight a couple of these fund balances. One is the general fund, which we talked about at more length in the council's May retreat. And that $1.7 million number was what we discussed then. You can see particularly large changes to fund balance in the city's capital project funds, particularly Fund 310 and 320, which are in the fourth section there, non-operating funds. These are not adjustments due to revenues being over budget. These are adjustments due to the timing of project expenditures. So when we estimate the expenditures for capital projects, sometimes they happen faster or slower than we initially anticipated. Again, these don't mean there are changes to those capital funds or those capital projects. It's a change in the timing of those expenditures. Away from just the budget adjustments, we also wanted to give an update on the city's ARPA program. So of the total just over $10 million that the city received in two tranches in 21 and 22, 60% of that has either been expended or encumbered. And so it's part of a project, and we either have spent the money or we have contracts signed for that money. Of the remainder, 25% is allocated to projects that are currently in process. Then we have about $1.5 million that is unallocated. Staff are recommending reserving this amount to support the upcoming childcare initiative, which we talked about at the May retreat. This is in support of the city work plan item, attract and retain employees. There will be more updates during the mid-biennial process, and a final decision on this project will be taken either during the mid-bi process or in 2024. Before I move away from this, I just wanted to highlight a couple of the example projects that are in process. You can see them there at the bottom. So we have the electric leaf blowers, which is transitioning, again, was part of the budget process, transitioning the city away from gas-powered leaf blowers. We have human services grants, business support, and internally some hybrid meeting room support and some City Hall space planning to better use the City Hall, the space at City Hall. So my second to last slide is the summary of adjustments. And so this shows the total changes. And so at the end of the carryover adjustments in March, the city's budget was just over $1 billion, 1.046. We now have, as I mentioned at the beginning, about $10.4 million, just under $10.5 million of total adjustments. And so if council approves the ordinance before us tonight, the new revised budget will be 1,056,494,327. This is my final slide. So the staff recommendation is approval of Ordinance 4851, adopting the revised 23-24 budget. And then the next adjustment will be coming as part of the mid-biennial adjustments which come to council on December 12th, 2023. Any council questions?
Thank you, George. Council, questions, discussion? Seeing none, somebody want to put it on the table?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Curtis.
I move that we approve ordinance ordinance 4851. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion? This is an ordinance, so clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, ordinance 4851 is passed. This takes us to our two quasi-judicial items, at which point this is the Kirkland Middle School Master Plan Amendment and the Finn Hill Middle School Master Plan approval. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. Council is now going to consider two closed record quasi-judicial matters based on the factual records developed before the hearing examiner. Neither was the subject of a challenge. The council will not be receiving any new testimony or evidence this evening. However, the City Council, in its discretion, may of course ask questions of the applicant and the staff regarding facts in the record. Both of the matters tonight involve school district master plans. They are Process 2B matters under Chapter 152 of the Kirkland Zoning Code, involving review of the record and recommendation of the hearing examiner. Under Section 1520-130 of the Kirkland Zoning Code, a school use with a property size of 5 acres or more must receive master plan approval through a Process 2B review. Here's the format the council has established for each of these two matters. Senior Planner Tony Levitt will make a staff presentation and be available to answer any questions from the council. Also participating by Zoom and available to answer questions is Brian Buck, Director of Support Services for the Lake Washington School District. Thereafter, the council may take this matter under advisement before taking action by voting on the applications either tonight, after suspending your rules if you choose to do that, or at a following council meeting. When the council acts on each of these two applications, it may do one of the following. It may either grant the application, modify and grant the application, or deny the application. Further, if the council were to conclude that it cannot make a decision on the application because the record compiled before the hearing examiner is incomplete or inadequate, it could remand the matter back to the hearing examiner for supplementary findings and conclusions on identified issues. Finally, it's the council's intention that this matter be fair both in appearance and in fact, and that it be conducted impartially. With those intentions in mind, first I would like to ask council members whether any member has had any third-party or ex parte communications with proponents or opponents of these applications.
Seeing none.
Seeing none. Next, I would like to ask whether any council member believes they have prejudged these matters, cannot remain impartial, or has an interest whereby they stand to gain or lose by a decision either way. Seeing none. Thank you, Mayor Sweet.
Okay, we are now ready to proceed. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. As outlined by the City Attorney, Tony Levitt, our Senior Planner, is going to walk through the two amendments and be available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify, we do have 3 representatives from the school district attending virtually if there are any questions regarding this application. So the first one we're considering tonight is the Kirkland Middle School Master Plan Amendment. The site is located in the Norkirk neighborhood. The site is located near residential to the north, west, and south. To the east is Crestwoods Park. The campus currently contains an existing school building, 3 parking lots, a vehicle loading and unloading area assessed from 18th Avenue, a school bus loading and unloading area assessed from 19th Avenue, tennis courts, track and field area, and multiple sport play field. The school had a previously approved master plan that the city approved in 2002. The proposed addition will add approximately a 13,656 square foot 8 classroom addition that will add teaching and learning spaces that will support an additional 200 students at the school. The proposed one-story building is located to create a secure courtyard adjacent to the existing building, and as you can see from this, is located to the east of the existing building. The master plan process requires the city review the application through the process 2B approval process, which requires a hearing examiner recommendation and city council decision. As part of the master plan application, the applicant is required to show all existing and proposed buildings, roadways, parking areas, utilities, land uses, landscaping, and buffering. The applicant submitted this with their package, and staff reviewed them for compliance with the code. Additionally, staff did a public outreach via our normal methods, which included emailing neighborhood associations, notifying neighbors, posting the property, et cetera. We did receive some public comments. Those public comments, as outlined in the staff memo, centered around these issues. First was the project size and location and design. That was more of a request from the school district to talk about the reason for the addition. The school district did provide some responses as part of their application to that. There are some questions regarding vehicle drop-off and pickup areas. That was assessed by the city's traffic engineer and concluded that the addition will not have a significant impact on that. There were some off-site parking impacts that neighbors were concerned about that. To address that, staff recommended, and the applicant has agreed to send out notices to the staff to make sure that they are utilizing the on-site parking, and not the on-street parking. There's plenty of on-site parking for them to utilize. Open space impacts, that was more of a question regarding the fields and potential impacts to that area. And finally, there was an email from the Duwamish tribe regarding some excavation work and when to notify them. So with that, staff recommended that the application be approved and that it met all the zoning requirements for approval. Staff went to the hearing examiner on May 4th, 2023 for a virtual public hearing. City staff and the applicant testified during the hearing. No members of the public testified at that time. On May 15th, the hearing examiner recommended approval with conditions of the application outlined in his report. Conditions included our standard conditions to address city requirements, lighting condition, a tree plan condition, and project construction impact conditions. Additionally, there is a condition to limit off-site parking by school staff. No challenges to the hearing examiner's recommendation were submitted. So tonight, we would ask that the council consider the hearing examiner's recommendation for the proposed master plan amendment application and take one of the following actions. Either direct staff to return to the July 18th council meeting with a final resolution to grant the application as recommended by the hearing examiner, modify and grant the application, or deny the application. An alternative, you could direct that the application be considered at a reopening of the hearing before the hearing examiner and specify the issues or issue to be considered at the hearing. In lieu of the above, the city council may, by a vote of at least 5 members, suspend the rule to vote on the matter at the next meeting, instead vote on the matter tonight. A resolution reflecting the recommendation of the hearing examiner has been enclosed for your consideration.
Okay, Tony, do you want to just move on to the second one, or do we want to?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
City Attorney, that's how you wanted me to proceed, right? Is to consider them both together?
Yeah, so they're separate.
Okay, yeah.
They're separate.
Okay, so would we then move into?
I think now would be appropriate if you have questions of staff or the school district regarding this first application, to ask questions about it, and then consider if you want to suspend your rules to vote on it tonight, or postpone a decision until a later meeting.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
A couple of questions for staff. Tony, you mentioned the impacts of parking, off-site parking and drop-off. In the state, that exists on the site after construction's completed. How is those impacts during construction handled? Because the master plan is silent on that.
Yeah, we will, as part of the building permit application and/or grading permit application, the applicant will have to make sure to submit a plan for those areas to ensure that those areas remain open during construction. The preliminary plans that they have shown us should not have impacts on those areas, but that is something that we will confirm as part of the building permit application.
Okay, thank you. And a question for the school district. The transportation study indicates that the existing portables will remain on site. Could the school district talk about their plans for those existing 2 portables?
Hi, can you guys see me? This is Ina Holzer. I'm the project
Yes, we
manager.
can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. The portables are currently, they intend to remain on site. We've already spent the resources to put them there, and we'll keep them on site until we need them elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Nixon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we suspend the rules so that we can vote on the master plan amendment tonight.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to suspend the rules and be able to vote on this tonight. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, but we will wait. Or do we want to go ahead and get a motion to move it now?
I would recommend that you consider a motion to move it now, and then staff can turn to the second application.
Excellent. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt Resolution R 5595. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
I don't think it's necessary.
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Tony, you're on.
On to the next one. Great, thank you very much. The next application is for the Finn Hill Middle School Master Plan. So the site for this school is located in the Finn Hill neighborhood at the corner of 132nd and 84th Avenue Northeast. Site is surrounded mostly by residential. There is the Big Finn Hill Park, which is located to the north of the campus. The campus contains an existing school building, parking lot, vehicle loading area accessed from 132nd, a vehicle loading unloading area accessed from 84th, a school bus loading and unloading area accessed from 132nd, tennis courts, and other sports play fields. In 2011, the city annexed the subject property from King County. Prior to annexation, King County approved the site's development as part of a building permit application in 2010, but did not require a master plan zoning permit approval. So this is a little different than the previous one in that we are approving a master plan, not an amendment. The proposed addition is also an 8-classroom addition located to the north of the existing school. The 13,729 square foot addition will add teaching and learning spaces that support 200 additional students at the school. The proposed 2-story building is located just north of the school to create a secure courtyard. The total enrollment for the school will be approximately 835 students. As previously mentioned, the master plan process requires the city council, the application go through a 2B approval process, which requires hearing examiner recommendation and city council decision. As part of the master plan application, the applicant has submitted all the required elements, and staff has reviewed those for compliance. Additionally, we did, similar to the previous application, we did public outreach and received just 2 comments in this case. The first comment was regarding vehicle drop-off and pickups. and on-site traffic flow impacts during construction. We looked at those and we confirmed that that traffic flow will not be impacted. Additionally, the traffic engineer looked at the vehicle drop-off and pickups to make sure there would not be a significant impact with this project. Additionally, there was a letter from the Duwamish tribe regarding the excavation work that the applicant has agreed to incorporate into their plans. Staff concluded that the proposed application complies with the master plan and the process 2B zoning requirements. We went to hearing on this application on June 7th. City staff and the applicant testified during the hearing. There were no members of public that testified. On June 12th, the hearing examiner recommended approval with conditions of the application outlined in his report. Conditions include the standard conditions to address city requirements, lighting, tree plants, parking, project construction impacts. Additionally, there's a condition to address existing improvements inside of the sensitive area buffers and widening of the driveway from the site to 84th Avenue Northeast. No challenges to the recommendation were submitted. So again, tonight, you are to consider this application. You have the following options. You can direct staff to return to the July 18th meeting with the final resolution to grant the application as recommended by the hearing examiner, modify and grant the application, or deny the application. An alternative, you can direct that the application be considered at the reopening of the hearing before the hearing examiner and specify the issues to be considered at the hearing. In lieu of the above, the City Council may, by a vote of at least 5 members, suspend the rule to vote on the matter at the next meeting, instead vote on the application at tonight's meeting. A resolution reflecting the recommendation of the hearing examiner is enclosed. Additionally, staff is aware that there may be an amendment at this point regarding some pedestrian safety issues.
With that, discussion. Councilmember Pascal.
Just had some questions. The amendment that you're referring to is something that I was wanting to put forward after we move the resolution. But in terms of the questions, when you're talking about access to the schools, and this would have been a question actually for the Kirkland Middle School as well. You know, one of the things we've worked on over the last few years is the Safer Routes to School Action Plan, and part of that was not just improving safety to and from the schools, but it was also about encouraging the school community to use alternative forms of transportation, making it easier, more convenient, safer, all of those things. And could you talk a little bit about how the city looks at that in the context of these master plans?
You know, unfortunately, I'm not the number one expert on that. I believe during the traffic engineer's review, they'll look at those elements and determine, you know, the appropriate, if there's any appropriate mitigation. In this case, so typically the school district handles their own SEPA determinations. So they'll send the traffic report to the city for review and to look at any potential to mitigation. As far as alternative transportation or anything like that, I'm not aware of what they look at as part as that is concerned. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess the question, I guess, is, so when we're looking at trying to provide a safer way to access a school, recognizing that we're going to have more students and parents and stuff either picking up, dropping off, going to school, coming from school, were improvements to the crosswalks and other things considered? Because that's what I was looking for. I didn't, it was hard. There was almost 500 pages.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything, but what I read is that wasn't necessarily analyzed in.
No, I don't think it was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we suspend the rules so that we can vote on the Finn Hill Middle School Master Plan approval tonight.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to suspend the rules. Discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. With that, can I get a motion to approve resolution, I can't find the number,
Mayor? No.
5596. Councilmember Pascal.
I'll move Resolution 5596.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Discussion, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, just want to be clear on the record that very much support working and partnering with the school district on increasing school capacity where needed throughout the city. And so very much in support of these projects to build more classroom space for our expanding community. With that, that expanded amount of students that are attending the schools, that comes with additional demands on the infrastructure. And one of the things I noticed was that the traffic analysis or the analysis attached to the master plan, really did focus on the vehicle aspect, how vehicles, buses were getting to and from the school. And if you look at all those reports, a vast majority of the pages are made up about that analysis. There's very little about how kids and parents get to school by other means. It was actually about a half a page in those reports. And, it's a separate comment, but it seems like there would be some value in looking at how we actually analyze needs and impacts and making sure that we're staying true to where our transportation master plan and our comprehensive plan state policies are regarding alternative forms of transportation. But as you increase more kids going to and from the school, more parents going to pick them up, you create more situations where there's those conflicts between those that are biking and walking and those that are driving in vehicles. And there's one specific situation that has been communicated for many years at Finn Hill Middle School with the crosswalk at the main entrance to the driveway. And we've heard from parents, from administration officials about that problem. I remember when my kids went there, the principal at the time would go out there and actually direct traffic because he was concerned about the kids' safety of the crosswalk there. And then that crosswalk project was then subsequently included into the Safer Routes to School Action Plan. It was identified as a priority by the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance this past year as part of the Neighborhood Safety Program, and it just kind of missed the cut on our list that we reviewed in May. And so this project really gets at reducing the number of conflict points that kids walking to school would encounter with vehicles. And so as more conflict points increase, the degree of risk of safety increases. And so we're trying to reduce that, and this project would do that based upon all the different input that's been provided in the past. So I talked with the city manager and the city attorney about drafting an amendment, and I'll read that here in a sec, but my understanding is this is supported by Lake Washington School District. The intent would be for the school district to implement this as part of a construction of the expansion. And really, this is the opportune time to address this because that expansion results in increased demand to and from the school. So just wanted to kind of put that out there for background for my colleagues. So I would, let me pull this up. I would move to amend Resolution 5596 to approve the issuance of the process to be permit for the master plan as recommended by the hearing examiner with the addition of a condition requiring the applicant prior to final inspection of the building and permit to relocate the existing crosswalk across Northeast 132nd Street to the east side of 82nd Avenue Northeast.
Second.
Been amended by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. to change the language as described with the conditions described. Any further discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Pascal expressed, that this is a concern, a safety concern that we've heard from families time and time again over the years, and it's something that I have also heard from the school administration there, the current school administration, and Councilmember Pascal has heard from the previous school administration. You know, the Finn Hill neighborhood has identified it, so I will be strongly supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the amendment to the motion made by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The amendment passes unanimously. Question is on the motion to pass Resolution 5596, moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I believe that does that for us, and we will move on to item D, but we will take our 15-minute break now. That takes us to 9:21. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back from a brief break. In the middle of our business meeting, we are at item D on our business agenda, the Kirkland Zoning Code, Chapter 117 and Kirkland Municipal Code, Title 26, Wireless Amendment Adoption. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this has been a huge team effort between Public Works and Planning, but to walk you through these wireless amendments, we're going to be kicking you off with our senior planner, Lindsay Levine, speaking the presentation.
Welcome, Lindsay.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Levine, Senior Planner, and I'm presenting about the Kirkland Zoning Code Chapter 117 and Kirkland Municipal Code Title 26 Wireless Amendments. I have 13 slides, but the presentation should only take around 10 minutes. After the presentation, there will be an opportunity for council discussion and for the council to ask questions. I'm joined by Allison Zeich and Adam Weinstein from the Planning and Building Department and Stephanie Kroll from the City Attorney's Office to help with the questions. At the very end, council will consider adoption of Ordinance 04852 and Ordinance 04853. So for just a little bit of background, the FCC is a federal regulating authority for communications, including wireless service facilities. The purpose of prior and more recent amendments to FCC regulations is to reduce the barriers for wireless infrastructure deployment and to prevent discrimination among providers of functionally equivalent services. The regulations accomplish this by limiting local government's authority to regulate wireless facilities, requiring a streamlined review process by implementing strict application review timeframes for all approvals. The FCC calls this the shot clock, limiting the fees that local governments can charge for use of public rights-of-way, use of government property in the right-of-way, and permit fees. There are also newer FCC regulations for small wireless facilities that the city needs to comply with. Local governments have some authority to determine aesthetic standards, including design elements like height, concealment, and setting a preferred siting hierarchy, but they must be reasonable and published in advance. Moving forward with the code, it's important to note that cities do not have the authority to regulate the underlying technology itself or prohibit the rollout of technology. While most of what the city has been seeing so far has been new small wireless facilities, the industry let us know that carriers are continuing to improve their networks with both small wireless facilities and macro facilities. So we should expect to see more of both in the city. Small wireless facilities are focused on the rights-of-way in adjacent areas and are often installed on existing infrastructure like utility poles or light poles, as shown in the examples on the right. The photo rendering on the left shows an example macro facility. Now I'm going to discuss the amendments and note that the purpose of the amendments is to comply with FCC regulations, not to expand allowances. And I won't read all of the slides on the points on the slide, I'll just touch on some of the changes. So the KCC amendments include a streamlined application review process to comply with the FCC shot clocks. The amendments establish King County Superior Court or another court of competent jurisdiction as the jurisdiction to which an applicant must file any changes to the city decision. The amendments establish firm procedures and sections and codifies application requirements. The amendments clarify existing design standards and add more specificity for certain types of installations. The amendments do not change the height limitations for new towers in residential zones, but clarify that new towers are not to exceed the height requirements of the underlying zoning district by more than 10 feet. The amendments remove modern modifications since most modification requests can be processed as eligible facilities modifications. The amendments to KMC Title 26 also regulate wireless facilities and the corresponding franchise agreement, so we worked on updates simultaneously. The major amendments are revising the requirements around franchise fees, changing the name of the title to telecommunications franchises, and removing the use permit section because site license or lease agreements are replacing use permits for wireless facilities when applicable. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on May 11th. The staff presentation included some amendments based on comments received from the wireless industry. AT&T and Verizon provided written comments and public testimony. The Planning Commission recommended the amendments, but they acknowledged that staff would be working on additional edits based on industry comments. The Planning Commission also deferred to Council on the issue of allowed tower height in residential zones, which I'll discuss in a later slide. Since the Planning Commission hearing, we received additional comments from AT&T and Verizon and incorporated some of the recommendations. Many of the recommended edits are stylistic or minor, and the substantive edits are in tables 3 and 4 in the staff memo. I can pull up additional slides later during the discussion portion if council would like to take a look at those edits a bit more. Staff was able to resolve most of the industry's comments, so I'll only discuss the main remaining issues the industry has. So for tower height, the industry requests that new towers in all zones be allowed by right up to 60 feet. In the proposed amendments, new towers in residential zones may not exceed 40 feet in height, which is consistent with the current code. In non-residential zones, the height of new towers may not exceed the height requirements of the underlying zoning district by more than 10 feet. But note that this is not the max height a tower can reach. This is just the allowed initial height for new towers. New towers can be designed to allow extensions to accommodate the future co-location of additional antennas and support equipment. And applicants can apply for an eligible facilities modification later to get that increased height. Also, current height regulations do not apply to utility poles, which is where most of the applicants currently locate. Finally, there's a provision that allows a city to improve increase in height for towers in any zones if a denial of the proposed tower would be in violation of the 1996 Telecommunications Act. I'd also like to add that there's not an outright height limit on small wireless facilities, though we have some design standards related to those. Therefore, staff feels that wireless carriers have several options without needing to change the allowed initial height of towers. I'd like to emphasize that this is one of the few aspects that the city can actually regulate. The other issue that the industry has is the request for more flexibility in design for rooftop antennas. While we recognize that rooftop antennas can fill an important role in wireless provider networks, the city's existing standards, which are carried forward into the new zoning code, seek to minimize the visual impact of antennas installed on rooftops by requiring strategies like flush mounting and locations that help blend the antennas into the overall building massing. As you can see on the slide, the code does allow and encourages building mounting antennas to be flush mounted to the side of buildings or flush mounted to rooftop appurtenances. The code does not allow the initial installation of panel antennas to project above the roof line, though an exception is when installations are flush mounted to an existing rooftop appurtenance. I'll show some examples of these in the next slides. And I'd like to highlight that restrictions in the code are on initial installations only. Applicants are able to exceed code standards through eligible facilities modifications. So I have an example showing rooftop antennas that are not flush mounted to the building or flush mounted to a rooftop appurtenance, but the code is trying to avoid these types of installations and has for a long time. In the drawing on the right, installations in the center are on the top of a rooftop appurtenance, and so they stick out above the roof line. In the photo on the left, the rooftop antennas are mounted on the rooftop and are scattered, some close to the edge, and they are quite noticeable from the street. The left image is a wireless facility that's flush mounted to the side of a building. On the right, there is a wireless facility that's flush mounted to a rooftop appurtenance and it's shrouded. These types of rooftop installations are what the code is trying to encourage as they blend in with the building. So for next steps, staff is going to continue working on the streamlined wireless permit, and we recommend a delayed effective date of January 1st, 2024, since there's a lot we need to reconfigure on the back end to get these new consolidated permits up and running, and we need to train staff. And so staff recommends that the council approve ordinance 04852, which repeals and replaces KZC Chapter 114. Staff also recommends the council approve ordinance 04853, which repeals and replaces the KMC Title 26. And just to note that we are recommending repeal and replace because the changes were quite extensive. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over or open it up to questions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Council, questions, discussion? Councilmember Curtis?
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lindsay, you said that there was an opportunity for an applicant to apply for an eligible facilities modification. What are the steps for that, and what do they need to prove in order to qualify for that EFM? Yeah, EFM.
Yeah, so EFMs are for modifications to an existing wireless facility. It exists in our current code and would also exist in our proposed code. And it's a process that is partially codified currently in our zoning code, and we add a lot more clarifications in the new code about that. But there's a lot of different aspects that an applicant would need to include. Different drawings, they would need to submit answers to a checklist proving that they fall under this type of application. And I'll turn it over to Allison to add some more details, and she's a bit more familiar.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay, and thanks for the question, Councilmember Curtis. I think the other thing that I'll mention about the eligible facilities modifications is that this is a process that the city adopted back in 2016 or 17 because of regulation that the FCC adopted. So this was something we had to adopt into our code, a process that we had to implement here. And essentially what the FCC has done is outline certain changes that can be made to existing wireless installations that aren't considered a substantial change. And substantial change is a defined kind of bundle of changes that can be made. So if something isn't a substantial change, it's an eligible facility modification. And not only are we bound to review it in a pretty short amount of time, but if we don't take action on it in that amount of time and the shot clock expires, if the carrier essentially calls us on it, it has to be deemed approved. And we can get into more detail if you have questions about what a substantial change is or isn't, but it's defined and it's in the draft code. It's in our existing code as well.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, there was a testimony earlier today that our code is significantly different from other communities. Is that accurate? Have we compared our code to other communities?
I haven't specifically done a deep dive looking into other cities' codes, but we did work very closely with outside legal counsel. They helped us drafting the code, and they have worked with a lot of other cities to implement wireless code updates. They didn't flag it to us as being so different. We certainly are a bit stricter in height, perhaps in some other jurisdictions. But this is also something that we are allowed to regulate, the height, and we have very few things that we are allowed to regulate as a city based on FCC regulations. They've really done a lot to try to make it easy for carriers to install.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I reviewed the letters that we received from the carriers, and I'm pretty persuaded by their argument. It looks to me like the pushback from their proposals is primarily aesthetic, and I just don't share those aesthetic concerns. For me, the towers are more about progress than they are about being ugly, although some of the short towers are pretty ugly, right? It seems like there's an opportunity here that if we really want to reduce the number of freestanding towers in the community, what we ought to do is make it easier to put antennas on tops of buildings and make it easier to have taller towers that cover a greater area. And so by allowing the carriers to increase the capacity and the coverage from fewer towers by having more height and more of them on buildings, we actually have less of an aesthetic impact, negative aesthetic impact on the community because there's fewer freestanding towers. And so if it were up to me, I would make the changes that are being proposed to allow the 65-foot height and to have antennas on tops of buildings without them having to be attached to existing rooftop appurtenances. So my real question is, what's the right way to accomplish that? We could postpone these ordinances and ask the staff to bring back amendments that would do these things. Or we could say, let's pass these as they are because the scope of the intent of the current project was to just match what the FCC has done. And then have a separate process where we can focus on the aesthetic issues, give the community the ability to focus on the aesthetic issues with the hearings, et cetera, and take it as a phase 2 to consider the requests that we've received from the carriers. My preference would be, let's just add it to what we have, because these are actually very simple amendments that they're proposing. They've already given us the text of the amendments. And that's what I would do. I would postpone this consideration for one meeting, bring back the amendments to incorporate what they want. I have no idea if I have support from other council members for that idea. But at the very least, I think that if we go ahead and adopt these as they are, we should come back immediately or soon, not 5 years from now, and look at accommodating the increased height of standalone towers and the appurtenances or the short towers on tops of buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I think there's some merit to the two-step process in terms of, I mean, if it's so that additional height could have an impact on fewer facilities, if that relationship is a definite one relationship, then I think it's worth investigating. My inclination would be to pass these as is and come back the way you suggested. And I'm wondering, anybody else? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The original scope of these amendments were to comply with the FCC requirements, the shot clock, the places where we had a process that was something that could be challenged. That's what the Planning Commission looked at. That's what the public feedback opportunities were. If we were going to look at things like changing heights, I would not want to do so until we've had an appropriate public process. And perhaps this is something that is better handled as part of the comp plan discussion to get some ideas on if there are areas, since height is something that we control, are there areas of the city where this makes some sense, areas where it doesn't? When we talk about more than 40 feet of height in residential areas, I think that is of concern, but elsewhere it may not be. So what I think we need to take action immediately moving forward and then figure out what the process is. Just in April, we approved a 2-year planning work program, and I wouldn't put this as any higher priority than anything else we've already approved, but I do think we can get some feedback during the comp plan process for what could move forward and understand if this is a change that could happen as part of the existing miscellaneous code amendment process or something else.
I think I could support that option. Other comments? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just going to ask, I think Kirkland Zoning Code 117 was adopted in 2006. We don't have a ton of folks still around from that process. But my sense is if Kirkland did things in the way they normally do, there was a public process, and concerns were probably raised by the community about the aesthetic issues that have been discussed by the council tonight. And that's where the 40-foot limits came from, is initial concern from the community. We can certainly open up this issue again and have the community weigh in again. I am interested in the question of whether some flexibility on the height would truly lead to fewer facilities. That's a question that's of interest to me. But I don't want to ignore that they're probably, in all likelihood, and I guess this is a question, if anyone has the answer to this question, including some of our staff members, of whether our typical Kirkland robust public process was conducted in connection with the adoption of the original code.
Allison, or Adam, if you'd like to jump in, and I do believe the zoning code for 117 was last updated in 2016.
Yeah, Councilmember Black, I'm sorry to say I'm not sure about what outreach or what input was received when we originally adopted it in 2006. In 2017, what we adopted in 2017 was kind of similar to this process, where we were adopting to really make sure we were compliant with FCC regulations. And at that time, it was to adopt the eligible facilities modification process. And also, I believe we were one of the first jurisdictions locally to actually introduce standards for small cell wireless, which at the time was what we heard was the next, big thing coming. I can tell you that we do receive input fairly regularly from community members that are very concerned about the aesthetics of new installations they see going up in neighborhoods. So while it hasn't been associated specifically with this code amendment process, we do hear that concern when sites are going up in particularly obvious or visual places like Market Street, for example.
Yeah, and I guess we would have to it would take a deeper dive than we can tonight. We'd have to figure out when the 40-foot height limit that we have now in residential district areas was actually adopted, and whether that was subject to any amendment. But I guess what I would say is I strongly suspect that our community does have some concerns about the aesthetics of these facilities. It's one of the few areas which we can regulate. The industry has a great deal of flexibility to not only site these locations in a way that is compliant with our rules, but also ways of seeking variances, for lack of a better term. And there's so many areas in which we are not allowed to regulate. So I have no problem with adopting this tonight. If we are going to take a closer look at the height, what I really want us to focus on is whether it's true that we would be reducing the number of facilities if we allowed in certain areas, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, certain logical areas, if we allowed greater tower height. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I agree with the general direction that this conversation is going among my colleagues. I would prefer to take action on the current proposed amendments and then come back at a later time to discuss the aesthetics and height. Part of that discussion I would really like to have as well is what would be the benefits to the community with increased height, and in addition to maybe fewer towers. I will not share what carrier I have. However, there are spots throughout the city where I don't have good coverage, and I've heard this from a lot of Kirkland residents for a couple of different carriers. And so I would like to know if having these taller, bigger, less frequent towers would improve service throughout the city as well to the residents and visitors of Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, definitely delaying this to get more input, at least on the height issue for a later date would be beneficial. I remember talking about this when annexation occurred. The county had different height requirements, and that's why you do see a lot of different towers up there that were kind of grandfathered in before the city enacted its zoning requirements. And so we had a long discussion on that. We got a lot of input. So that's kind of, when I saw this on the agenda, that kind of remembered all those discussions. And going forward, I would really want this to be discussed as part of the work program because we have so many demands on the planning department. I'm always open to looking at new things and how we can do things differently and considering new ideas and how those may or may not benefit the population at large. But I want to do it when we're considering the long list of all the needs. And where does this stack up? So that would be my preference on when we take this up again. I don't know that it's worth spending time on as part of the comp plan if it takes away from doing other things. That would be my feedback.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Well, and I'll just say, if we don't deal with the issues that have been raised by the carriers now, I'm going to vote yes on this anyway because we have to align our code with the FCC rules. But I would like to see this considered so that, if there is actually the potential of reducing the number of new freestanding towers that get built, that we've taken a serious look at that. And maybe it would be interesting to at least invite the carriers to send us white paper or something that actually describes that benefit. And then that would allow us to at least have their input as to what those factors really are.
Super, I think we've had enough discussion. And I think the carriers are probably listening. So could I get a motion to approve ordinance 4852?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt ordinance 4852. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. Ordinance 4852 is approved. Can I get a motion to approve ordinance 4853?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to approve ordinance 4853. Any discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, ordinance 4853 is passed. Thank you. That takes us to item E, back to potential parks ballot measure discussion. Welcome back, Hillary.
Thank you. So I'm going to do a quick introduction of this. So we're going to do two things here. One is we're going to go back and affirm what you said in the study session as potential action for us to bring back to the July 5th meeting. And then we also want to talk a little bit about the ballot title. And for that, we have Deanna Gregory, our bond counsel here as well. Although we're not going to try to finish the ballot title tonight. We just want to get initial thoughts and comments. And then again, if the council decides to proceed, we'll bring that back as well. So Hillary, our management analyst, is going to put it up. And then we have Lynn Zwagstra, George, and Deanna available online for the conversation.
Hello again, council members. As Kurt said, we're returning with some ballot measure discussion. And the intent here, as you said, is to affirm some of the assumptions that we've made based upon discussion earlier this evening. So staff heard that we would proceed with a single-year permanent levy lid lift for operations and pay-go capital projects. And then all elements with the exception of costs related to the Aquatics and Recreation Center would be funded from the levy as annual costs and pay-go, and that includes a portion of design and permitting for the facility. The actual construction of the Recreation and Aquatic Center will be paid with LTGO bonds, and that would have a payback of debt service of 30 years. And finally, we're working under the assumption that we would pursue the November 2023 ballot measure, although council does still have 2 meetings to change that decision. So on that note, we want to just double check that those are the right assumptions to continue on with financial modeling.
Councilmember Black?
I guess I don't need to be the very first one to speak, but since I wasn't at the study session, I did want to just share with my colleagues that these were the same preferences that I had coming in to tonight. So I have no objection to the council preferences as reflected from the earlier study session. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, it looks like you got it.
Okay, great. Well, we'll go ahead and move on to the actual elements to be included in the ballot measure. So we're looking for direction on elements that we should include for the purposes of a more detailed financial modeling that we would bring on July 5th. Before we go to each of the elements, I'd like to mention that earlier today we had a recommendation from Councilmember Nixon on an alternative model to this specific model. Councilmember Nixon recommended that we pursue just the Aquatics and Recreation Center, year-round restrooms, and sports courts. When you look at the subtotal new investments line, you can see the total for the recommended package. Councilmember Nixon's totals are as follows. The right-hand column, financial capital, debt service, that would remain the same. The left-hand column, annual operating, would go from the 2.4 million to 1,720,000. And then the pay-go capital column would go from the $18 million listed to $13,500,000. So I just wanted to mention that. City Manager Triplett recommended that we actually go through each one of these individually.
So I'm going to amend my suggestion
Nope.
to say that, maybe
Okay.
a recommendation if someone wants to remove something, that we do that rather than go through each one and affirm them all, since this was
Okay.
a conversation that happened at the study session.
That would be more expedient. So on that note, I could answer any questions on the elements that are listed here. And we're looking for feedback on anything you would like to remove.
Councilmember Nixon.
So do you want like a motion to remove something?
I think that would probably be the most logical, since you'll be making a final decision that we'll then
Okay.
choose to cost out for the July 5th meeting.
So I may not get a second, but I move to remove the enhanced park safety and security measure.
Second. Discussion?
So as I remarked earlier, I think we need to focus on the essential things that would be fundamentally impossible or very difficult to do within our current budget. And for me, that means the ones that have a significant capital component or very high operating subsidies required. And so for me, that's the aquatic center, the restrooms, and the courts. The others I see as almost entirely operational things, but we'll get to the Green Loop in a second. And so this is one that I think I would prefer to see funded from our normal budget rather than a separate ballot measure asking people to raise their property taxes.
Okay, and my only comment would be that I have to agree that I think it's too big, and there are certain areas where I feel like we can incorporate it, and this is one of those areas. So the question is on the motion made by.
Further comments, Madam Mayor.
Further comments? Well, who wants to hear from anybody else?
I was going to just offer a comment because it's going to be the same comment for any other measure that's being requested to be removed, is that I want to stay true to the process. I want to stay true to PFAC. I want to stay true to what we heard from the park board, what we've heard from the public survey, and all the discussions as part of that process. So that's why I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to the same extent of commenting on any of these removals, the feedback that we're getting that this is too big and does too much come down to the fact that we're building a $108 million aquatic center. And you could eliminate everything else, and it's still a big, big investment. And to that end, making individual things that are taking $1 million off here or there isn't going to be significant in what we're asking the community to go invest in. And as Councilmember Pascal ably said, we have a process of invested people that have spent the last year studying this and have come up with these priorities. And I would want to support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who want to support the process. As Deputy Mayor just said, PFAC spent 7 months putting together this ballot measure, and very clearly, they started out with the intention to include something for everyone, and these are the items that have been reflected by PFAC, the community, and the Parks Board, and so I support the ballot measure as is.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't raise my hand, but I am happy to. All I would say is my colleagues have have expressed sort of my feeling on this fairly well. There are things on the list that between the PFAC, members of PFAC and the Parks Board and the community, there's things that I wouldn't prioritize as high. That I might, there might have been stuff that aren't on this list that I would like to be on this list, but it's really the process that we followed and maintaining integrity of the process. So that's, like Councilmember Pascal, that's going to be my comment on all of these. I won't make those comments again, of course. Thanks.
Thank you. Question is on the motion made by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Mayor Sweet, to remove the, where to go? Enhanced park safety and security, is that where we are? Okay.
That's correct.
From the elements. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion fails. 5-2. We're all here. I've forgotten. All right. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you. I move that the Green Loop Trail priority segments be removed.
Second. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. One added comment on this particular one. We've heard a lot from the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance for the past decade about this vision for the Green Loop. And it is not something, unlike it is not something that we can fund that full vision under the current process. Acquisition of parkland is something that we've always funded through ballot measures, whether it is bonds going back to 2002 or the opportunity fund that was in the 2012 park levy. And so this is entirely appropriate to be part of this ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, for me, this isn't a priority. And I think for the 95,000 people of the city, it's a priority for very few of them. And I'm afraid that this would be viewed as something that was put in just to get votes on Finn Hill, and that there are many other things that people would prefer for this money to be spent on, if we're going to spend it, that would have much greater impact for for many other people. And so that's my argument for why this does not need to be on this list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
And I will point out that this rated very highly on our community survey.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's certainly possible the Green Loop Trail will now be viewed as pandering to voters in Finn Hill, now that we've said it out loud from the dais. But I just want to underscore what my Councilmember Curtis said. There was a process. This scored very highly with PFECT and the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I said in the study session, I also believe in the process, so I will not repeat the comments from my colleagues. But I will say that I think the location of this doesn't mean that it's just for use by the residents there. If we think of the siting of the Aquatic Center, it's not just for folks who live in southern Kirkland, right? It's for the entire community. And I feel the same way about the Green Loop, that it's something that will benefit folks in the entire city and the entire region, and not just those who live in close proximity to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question is on the motion by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Mayor Sweet, to remove the Green Loop Trail priority segments from the element list. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion fails, 5-2. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the handwriting's on the wall, so I'm not going to waste your time moving either of the others. I think the positions are well stated, and we can just move on. Thank you.
Thank you. So where are we now? Do we need a motion to move the elements?
You could, although probably it would be helpful just to say to move the elements as reflected on the slide.
Okay.
As the elements to be used for calculating what we bring back on July 6th.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move the park investment elements as proposed.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to accept the element selection as proposed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay. Next up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So that completes the portion on the ballot measure elements and funding mechanisms. So now we will move on to draft ballot language, and our bond counsel is here. Deanna Gregory is here to discuss that with you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thanks for having me again at the council meeting to talk about this proposed levy lid lift. Just by way of some background, I know there's a lot of words up on the screen right now, but just by way of some background, as a ballot measure that will go in front of the voters, there are a handful of considerations just to keep in mind. And those are what, of course, guided us as we prepared the draft language that is before you today for discussion. Just some high level of those considerations. The language must be clear, fair, accurate, and neutral. So non-biased, not persuasive in any way, of course. There is a word count that we have to keep in mind. There's 3 parts to every ballot measure for general city purposes. And the first part is the that first sentence that we have up on the screen, which is the statement of purpose and identification of the legislative authority. So we've referenced, of course, the Kirkland City Council and the ordinance that will be considered, and then a general description of the proposed projects. The next section is limited to 75 words or less, and this is where we earn our meals here. Because the next section is limited to that 75 word limit, and it needs to contain a concise description of the matter that's before the voters. Plus, because it's a single year levy lid lift or a that's going to be permanent. And to answer the question from earlier in the study session, the word permanent does not need to be included in the ballot measure itself. But there are a number of requirements that need to be included in the ballot measure that do count against that 75 word limit. Those specifically are the 2 sentences that are there at the end. And then, of course, we spent a great deal of time talking about the levy rate, and I'll go back to that in just a second. So that's the anatomy of the ballot measure. That rate per thousand is the $1 million question, because it's a statutory requirement that the aggregate not to exceed regular property tax levy rate be included in the ballot measure. As you heard earlier today, assessed valuations within the city are expected in certain areas to shift to come down post pandemic world and the increase that occurred last year. And so that is automatically, just as a function of math, going to change the city's tax rate. And then on top of that, of course, the levy lid lift. So taking into account all those factors, we will come up with, and staff has been working very hard on, as you saw earlier, alternate rates to plug into that not to exceed amount. The city does not have to levy that rate. It can, as we discussed during the study session, it can levy a rate that is lower than the not to exceed aggregate regular property tax rate. That's always an option. The other requirements are whether or not the levy will be permanent or temporary. The second to the last sentence addresses this, where it says the 2024 levy amount will be the basis to calculate subsequent levies. That language is intended to, and it's the language that comes out of the statute that says that the levy will be permanent, and that amount that is collected in 2024 will be used to calculate future levies. And then in the last handful of years, there's been additional exceptions for qualifying seniors, disabled veterans, and others that are permitted, but if they're going to be permitted to those individuals, that language has to be included in the ballot measure. So those are the statutory requirements. Everything else is speaks to the elements. All the elements that were identified on the prior slide are in one way, shape, or form captured in the description of the measure. So the measure really focuses on, as you can see here, the parks and recreation elements that we've been talking about, and highlights some of those bigger operational costs. You'll see that there's no reference in here to paying debt service on bonds or to fund some of those larger capital projects that will be paid for by bonds, because this, of course, levy lid lift revenue will be used for operations, pay-go capital, maintenance, and other operations. Another thing I want to point out, and this is probably the point that we spent as a kind of group talking a great deal about, is what's in that parenthetical. Washington state law requires a city to include the aggregate, like I said, the aggregate regular property tax rate. There's no requirement to include anything such as what that incremental increase is in dollars or cents, or what that nut is, what that dollar amount is intended to equal at the end of the day. It's really common for a jurisdiction to include one or both of those two data points, because it gives voters a little more context of what is being, what they're voting for and what they're approving. Because of the fluctuation in assessed valuation, one idea that we batted around was to include that dollar amount that's intended to be generated as a result of this levy, thinking that would be a meaningful data point for voters to see. And so that's why in that parenthetical on the fourth line to the bottom, there's that blank per year for these purposes. And so that's the intent of that language there. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if we want to chat about the contents of the ballot measure, and especially if you have thoughts on the various components of it. And I know we're just discussing this at a very high level, and it's not being approved tonight.
Discussion, questions? Deanna, I've got one.
Yeah.
Where it says averaging approximately, would that be an average? So would we have to take everything all the way up to our highest?
So our intent there would actually be the total per year we'd want to levy, which would be about $11.2 million. We still have to calculate the final number, but so it would say averaging approximately $11.2 million per year.
Wow.
And maybe, Deanna, you could speak to the alternative that I know you all talked about in a meeting I was in, as if you said, said like $232 for the average house, which I believe was not your recommendation.
Yeah, and we can say, and usually this is handled in the explanatory statement, what the impact is per average homeowner. And so we can provide more detail for sure in the explanatory statement. And that is provided in close proximity right below the ballot within the voters pamphlet. So it is something that is accessible to voters. The other alternative of putting for language to put into the ballot measure itself is the incremental increase. So the cents per thousand of what this levy lid lift will, how it will increase the city's levy rate. Again, because there's that other increase in the city's rate per thousand, not dollar amount, but rate per thousand as a result of that is higher than you would typically see as a result of the dip in assessed valuations. It gave us, and I know it's giving other jurisdictions pause on whether or not that incremental increase is a number that is helpful or it helps explain or is or doesn't.
Thanks for that.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Deanna, I don't know if you were privy to the full study session discussion, but we heard some creative, innovative ideas from our senior counsel on exemptions, and I wanted to see if we had any authority to do exemptions beyond what's already listed here in RCW 84.36.
Not that I'm aware of. There are some exemptions that exist that don't need to be included in the ballot measure that are other exemptions from regular property taxes that would apply in the ordinary course. But there's nothing that is above and beyond what your regular property tax levy would have been subject to or potentially exempt from.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Deanna, for this. One thing I'll just say, I've never found the increased rate a useful piece of information when voting. I don't think a lot of my fellow voters in Kirkland find that useful, and it's not even accurate after the first year, is my understanding.
That is true.
One thing I like about what we're doing is I feel like this statement, this latest version of the statement, is more transparent and provides, it's difficult with the way Washington State's property taxes work to really give voters the information they need in just 75 words, but I think this does a better job than what we had in the last draft, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
Like we're solid.
Okay. We'll have some further tweaks and refinements, and then council have a chance to make any other edits at the next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deanna.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is that it?
I have the next item as well, but I don't know if you need to read in that item. The pro-con committee appointment process.
Go ahead.
Great. So our final slide for this evening is related to the potential ballot measure pro-con committee authorization to advertise. And while the council, you've given direction tonight that you're proceeding with exploring a 2023 ballot measure, and you will still officially decide that later in July. It's important to have time for staff to recruit the pro-con committee statement writers. And so the timeline you'll see proposed on your slide suggests that tonight council could authorize the pro-con committee recruitment process and then confirm pro-con committee appointments at the meeting on July 5th or July 18th. If you were going to take the last possible date route, you could approve the committee recruitment process on the 5th and then the appointments on the 18th. And it's important that council, each committee the committees will have up to 3 members. And so the process would be that staff will advertise this opportunity through the city's press release and regular city communications, as well as in the Seattle Times and on the ballot measure website. And then those people that are interested would submit statements to be reviewed by council for your appointment. And then those folks would get together to write the pro-con committee statements that appear in the voter's guide, along with our explanatory statement. And so the timeline is on the sheet, but in order to give everyone time to be recruited and time to write the statements, and by the August 8th due date, staff would recommend that council authorize the pro-con committee recruitment. And in order to do this, the approval for advertising for volunteers would require a motion to authorize staff to initiate the public process calling for community volunteers to prepare statements in favor of and in opposition to a potential park ballot measure, and that may be passed with voice by vote. And it's also just important to note that authorizing this recruitment tonight does not symbolize that you've officially authorized the ballot measure to go forward.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Hillary, you changed the language on me, so I'm just gonna, so I'd like to make a motion to authorize to recruit for potential ballot measure voter pamphlet pro and con committees.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to approve the appointment of the recruitment of pro and con committees. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. I believe that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thanks, Hillary. Good job tonight. That takes us to item 10, City Council reports. I'm going to start at the left side today. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing I wanted to note is that Lake Washington High School, International Community School, and Juanita High School all had their graduations last Thursday, and congratulations to all of those graduates. Two things to note upcoming. On Thursday, the Puget Sound Regional Council Executive Board will be considering the Greater Downtown Kirkland designation as a regional growth center. And I have the opportunity to represent Kirkland at that meeting, conclusion of a multi-year effort to get that done. And then on a week from Thursday, on June 29th, PSRC is doing a regional safety summit. And you all should have had something in your inbox as an invite. If you're interested in attending, I will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have the Regional Transit Committee tomorrow. One of the topics of interest is the rapid ride reprioritization process update, to look at what's next beyond the K line. In my monthly meetings with Councilmember Perry, the general manager of Metro comes as well. And so I had the opportunity to talk with her and Councilmember Perry more about the discussion I raised about regional transit strategy and just our concern around the temporary reductions in transit service in Kirkland and throughout the region, essentially, or the county. And you know, they welcome further conversation around that. I think they're hearing that a lot from other communities, just the concern of when it will come, how it will come back online, what's the process for that. So they're very in tune with that, and they welcome more discussion. So just wanted to update you on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the only thing I will share tonight is in line with Deputy Mayor Arnold's first comment tonight, that this is the last week of school for Lake Washington School District students of the year. So congratulations to all the students for a great year of hard work, and to all the teachers and staff as well. Thank you for all your hard work, and good luck, parents, over the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing I'm going to add is the King Conservation District, we had a meeting today, and they received a grant to explore putting their KCD elections on the general November ballot, which is good news. The Board of Supervisors is also exploring whether to create districts for the Conservation District.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Black.
I was sitting there thinking about creating districts for a conservation district, but we're all being so disciplined tonight. I really, I was joined by some of my fellow council members at the Eastside Juneteenth celebration, and that was wonderful to see that in Kirkland, and we served lemonade. I enjoyed that. I didn't get to hang out with all my council members because we did different shifts, but it was wonderful. Councilmember Falcone and I got to throw out the first pitch at a Little League City Championship, softball and baseball, and that was wonderful. I did want to mention, mainly because I want to thank staff, I was able to attend the AP Environmental Sciences class at the International and Community School. Last week, I was joined by Director of Planning and Building, Adam Weinstein, along with David Barnes in Adam's department, who is sort of our lead on sustainability. We got to talk to some wonderful environmental sciences students, sophomores, extremely bright, always impressive, right, when we go and talk to our high school students. And they were they presented on projects concerning water conservation and commuting via bicycle, things sort of associated with our sustainability master plan. It was neat to see, and also want to thank the students for their hard work too, and thank the staff. Coming up Tomorrow, just to highlight for my colleagues, I'm traveling to Spokane for the AWC conference, the Association of Washington Cities. And on Thursday morning, I'm going to be joining a panel called Housing for All, which is going to be, it's organized by the AWC and the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce and a couple of folks like me are going to be talking about middle housing, an issue that the city of Kirkland took up in 2020 and approved, as we all know here. But there was also House Bill 1110 from this session that addressed middle housing for all jurisdictions throughout the state. And so it's an opportunity for the cities, the representatives from the various cities to ask questions of a couple of cities like Kirkland and Walla Walla that have already adopted middle housing. Walla Walla adopted middle housing in 2018, actually 2 years before we did. So there's that. And then I have a question, I think, for city manager, and also highlighting for my colleagues, the Regional Crisis Response Agency is having its first meeting of the principals next Wednesday. I'm going to be representing the council on that, but what I would like to hear from my colleagues about, I don't know what the proper process is for me to hear from my colleagues on the issues that are going to be coming before the Racers Principal Assembly. Is there a process that we can follow to get maybe some of the, or is it more organic than that? And I don't know. That's why it's a question.
Yeah, let me ponder. So
My high level goal is to make sure if there are issues that my fellow council members have opinions on, they can share those with me in some fashion before the Racers Assembly, Principals Assembly.
Yeah, so we are meeting as the Racer Board this Thursday, and I'll be talking to the Racer Executive Director about the Principals Assembly on Thursday. So when we have the agenda finalized, like I said, it's primarily informational.
Okay.
So what we can do is make sure it goes out to, it's intended to go out to everybody. Everyone, you all get it. And so then that might be the place where you say if you have feedback to provide it to Councilmember Black. We just need to make sure that everyone only replies individually. So, and they may have to send it to me. So let me get back to you on that. But
okay.
yes, we'll make sure that there's a way that could be done.
Okay, thank you. And my colleagues all heard that, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm just astounded that it got to me, nobody brought up the fact that many of us attended the Kirkland Chamber Business Luncheon on Thursday, June 8th, and the city manager did once again an excellent job presenting the state of the city. I think people are always astounded at the number of different things and the difficulty of the tasks that we and the city staff take on each year. My calendar shows that we have the finality of the Kirkland Initiative this Thursday night. I think that's still correct. And so I'm asking the question, is there any particular expectations of council members at this time besides just being present? And are you serving dinner or do we have to eat before?
We are serving dinner. The expectation is it's going to be really big. They're bringing family. It's really blossomed. So
Is there a dress code?
no, but it's a graduation ceremony. So the expectation would be for the council to be part of the graduation ceremony and the presentation of the certifications. And it's going to be really fun.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Just a couple other things. I look forward to seeing everyone at the 4th of July parade. And of course, the parade's a little different this year because it's being run by the city as opposed to a nonprofit. Is there anything different that council members need to know about what's going to happen at the parade, or will it just be kind of the way it's always worked in the previous years?
It's going to be very similar. So we're going to be placed in the same position. We're setting the parade order. I can't remember when, but soon. We actually just extended the entry till the 27th, I think. So once we get that closed, then we'll set the parade order. I think for the most part, we've got we're in the antique fire truck again, and we'll take care of anybody else who's going to be in the parade by making sure that whatever you're going to be associated with is further back in the parade. In terms of the Heritage Hall event, we will be having the veterans reception. Actually, that's my assignment this year, is to work on the veterans reception. So if you can get down there half an hour beforehand to greet the veterans, that would be absolutely fabulous. And other than that, I think it should be.
Thank you. Well, I do have one last thing. Do you want to ask about the 4th of July?
I wanted to make a flip comment about the fact that the mayor is supposed to be getting this off of her plate.
Oh, yeah.
And yet, when you present it, it's all about we, and I know you're including yourself in that we every time. We're doing this, we're going to have this out to you, we're going to make this decision.
The city has done an outstanding job. They had a meeting tonight.
Awesome.
They had the staging discussion.
All right. Well, actually, the only reason I made that flip comment is so that you could make that generous thank you to the staff.
All right, last thing. Earlier in the meeting, Councilmember Pascal was asking about whether we routinely look at the Safer Route to Schools action plan and other similar plans when looking at master planning for schools. And my question for the city manager is there a checklist of things that we always look at when we're considering applications from schools? And what would it take for us to make sure that reviewing these projects in the various plans gets considered as part of that, like what we did tonight?
Yeah, so we'll have to look at that. But I think it's a great idea.
I'd love it for it to be an automatic thing, like Councilmember Pascal was suggesting.
Yeah, there's complications because they do their SEPA and so forth, but yes, it certainly makes sense to do it, and we should do it. So we just have to figure out exactly
Especially something with the Safe Routes, the amount of work we've put into Safe Routes to School and to alternate.
Yeah, and so
ways,
I guess I would also like to make that point, is that that's not the only way these projects happen, in fact, but it's a good way for them to happen because they're school funded. But we certainly, you as the council, haven't waited for the school district to do things. You're about to send $25 billion worth of projects to happen, whether or not there's a master plan. So I just want to make sure you and community understands, right? There's a lot happening as well, but I think coordinating that makes a ton of sense. And it's something that we need to figure out how to do.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, and I'm grateful that Councilmember Pascal raised this, the amendment tonight, because this is one of the lower priority projects and may not have ever gotten funded through the various mechanisms we're looking at with the city. So good catch, John. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for raising that. If I may, it's kind of a bigger thing than just the school stuff. I mean, it's really making sure our transportation review policies are aligned with, or regulations are aligned with our policies around transportation. And I think when you review some of the materials that get submitted as part of, and this could be for any development project, it's not any sizable development project. It's really about making sure we're looking at the things that we're focused on as a city, pedestrian, bicycle, connectivity, improvements, safety, transportation demand management, transit, all those things kind of go into play. And are they getting the same level of scrutiny that a vehicle traffic does? So that's kind of the bigger picture stuff.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Sorry. Park Lane, what's our next step on that? I know we talked about doing a town hall. Are we going to announce that soon?
We met this morning to plan the agenda. The town hall event is going to be on July 10th, and we'll be disseminating information about that shortly. We're just kind of finishing the protocol for the night with the consultant and staff, and we should have that done, I think, this week.
Thank you.
Okay, and the only thing I have to report, in addition to what everybody else has already talked about, is we did have a legislative retreat with our lobbyists and Diana and us to sort of review our process for this year. Diana will be meeting one-on-one with, well, actually, Kelly, you can
go ahead. You got it. I forgot.
Diana will be meeting one-on-one to begin to craft our legislative agenda upcoming. And all in all, we think it was a pretty fabulous year in terms of what we were able to accomplish and how the Bryans worked so well with us in this first year. The other thing that I wanted to report on is, and I can't believe you didn't say this, your kid took over the blowers. The Public Works cookout to honor Public Works staff. I think there were 4 of us there. And it was a fabulous event. I think this is the 3rd one we've done, and they're just getting, it is such a testimony to the work that Julie is doing with that department, and I just can't say enough about how good that felt and how much fun it was to have such an intimate affair where there was so much positive reinforcement. Hey, Julie, it was amazing, and I love Public Works the very best, I promise you. So thanks for that. And just one more thank you to staff for the amazing work that you did with Juneteenth. Dawn and Erica were there all day long. I know you were there in the morning, Jim, but it was a fabulous event and something that we need to hold on to because it's perfect. It's a perfect venue for this event, and it is growing. There were more Black faces than have ever been at this event, so it made me very, very proud. And with that, City Manager, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So 2 quick items, because we do have a short executive session for potential property acquisition. So first, we talked about the study session, the idea of council authorizing the mayor to sign a letter to WashDOT, asking them to accelerate the letter of intent to the purchase and sale agreement. So I guess if there's no objection, staff could draft that if you're willing to let the mayor sign that once we get it done to go to the governor's office.
I think it's a good idea.
And then, the Association of Washington Cities delegate designation. So originally, none of you were going to be there to vote. Apparently, that was true of many cities, and so the AWC has allowed now remote voting. The time that they're going to be doing it is close to the time that you're all going to be at the Kirkland initiative. So the city does not have to have people vote, but if anyone is interested in voting remotely, you do need to designate yourself tonight. So we just want to give the council an opportunity if anyone wants to be a voting member. Staff, Diana, has looked at the agenda and the bylaws, and we don't see anything that we particularly need to be for or against. So we don't feel like our presence is necessary. But if anyone is interested in that opportunity, you just need a motion designating you as a delegate.
Yeah, but do you want to spend the time to figure out what the initiatives are? And do we feel like we need somebody there? Send staff. And Diana just sort of tune in and.
Yeah, you can also make Diana a delegate as well. We are allowed 3. The city of Kirkland is allowed 3.
We just make Diana a remote delegate.
So I just need a motion putting Diana Hart, Government Relations Manager, as the voting delegate.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Halcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, and then are there other calendar updates before we go to the executive session?
Seeing none, I believe that we will now go to executive session to discuss the potential acquisition of real property. We will expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately
15 minutes.
15 minutes, whatever.
10:51.
10:51, thank you. You know, I just can't do